Hey, how y'all doing? Let me make sure that the sound is on. Let me make sure and just okay, it's all good. Okay, I hit my big mouth. Yeah. Before I go into this, let me hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just talking to y'all randomly. Yeah, just creeping in here, seeing how long I can get away with this. Give me a second. Let me let my cat out. I'll take a food. Let me share something with y'all. I'm just me looking around YouTube, seeing what's going on in different circles and sectors, et cetera, et cetera. But I know I'm being messy here. Hey, Benazoid. I know I'm being messy, but that's what got me in trouble. That's what. Well, no matter what I do, I'm gonna get in trouble in YouTube. It seems, but hey, how you doing, Black by Popular Demand? Azure TV. Let me be a little, yeah, me looking around the YouTube streets, seeing what's going on. Yeah, I heard about this recently with ABBA and Preach and yeah, Just Pearly. So I was like, I gotta see what I know that Just Pearly things is loving this. Like, what the heck is going on? Yeah, there's a lot of just makes you question a lot of people up in here. Um, yeah, kind of not saying that I follow ABBA and Preach. Those channels aren't really for me, but they seem kind of cool. Um, but yeah, I hear there's a scandal now with them. Me looking around, seeing what's going on. But let me share this with y'all real quick. Oh, what you trying to say? I'm like, are you trying to say I'm like the woman on 227? What you said? You said messy, old white ladies. What you saying? The old white lady said at the group. No, no. What they were saying, the white women in the group, they were afraid of my potential. That's what that was. Talking about manipulative. They were afraid of my potential as an outspoken young quote unquote black female. That's what they were fearing. Okay. And that they were fearing that I would uh bring some sort of consciousness or awareness to the other black quote unquote black females in the country. That's what that was about a fear. You hear me? Sir, that was about a fear. I never was told in detail what they meant by that, but I figured it out. I ain't no fool. Let me now this is me being a little messy though. But hold on. I'm looking at this thumbnail. Yeah, exactly. I was, wanted to see because I like, I know that Just Pearly thing's gonna jump on this with the whole Ab and Preach because I just remember them kind of beefing and also with Fresh and Fit and versus Ab and Preach and yeah, and you kind of see Ab and Preach as the good guys and and Fresh and Fit as the obvious bad guys. The Beatles versus the Rolling Stones. But I pretty much questioned all of these big cats, these big voices up in YouTube now. Call me a hater or whatever. But yeah, I'm looking at this. It's okay. I get it. We're not all trying to look pretty up in here. Okay, and it's just Pearly thing still in her 20s. I know I'm being wrong, and this should be irrelevant, but being that it's easy for me to being that I'm not very fond of this woman for obvious reasons. Is she aware something? Is she aware how she? Okay, I understand. Not everybody's trying to put on makeup. Not everybody's trying to style the hair all. Some people just want to show themselves raw. But she looks fun. Y'all seeing what I'm seeing? I know this is irrelevant, and I shouldn't be, you know, and I'm not. Yeah, I know this is out of my character, but she looks strange here. Is it just me? She looks, but this is just a thumbnail. I know people be using AI, and because I don't even know if you can really trust these thumbnails now. But she looks really. I'm like, oh my goodness, she looks very, very strange here. Very strange. And so when I looked in, I'm like, okay, she don't look like this. Is she purposely trying to make herself look worse in thumbnails or something? I don't know. But anyways, yeah, it's kind of weird. Oh yeah, and but I did find also noticing that, yeah, I did listen to this. However, I don't know who this is. I know I've seen one of her videos where she has like dolls or something. It's Michelle McDaniels, the biggest pick me's boyfriend, finally exposing her. Um, yeah, the guy that the quote unquote black guy that Just Pearly Things was talking to, that kind of got her footing in social media. He was some big social media influencer, like in TikTok. I think his name's Angry something, Angry Guy or something like that. Who used to, yeah, he's from Chicago. Pearl was also, being in Chicago and the outskirts of Chicago. And supposedly to him, they only broke up because, her going to Europe, and he wasn't trying to go overseas. That's the claim. But he never really had any really bad words to say about her. But now, supposedly he has been messaging, confronting her because the bad reputation that she's got, it's affecting him. And I'm assuming that that's also affecting his channel. Yeah. Now, supposedly she was Nice's girlfriend. Yeah, she was nice. It was a get out situation. It is very obvious. Yeah, she was the one who ended up reaching out to him, like she was attracted to him, and it's a possibility. It ain't like, she's all that. But yeah, like she wanted to holler. She thought he was sexy or whatever. To me, in my opinion, she pinpointed this guy because he had social media connections. He had a large audience, and eventually she ends up doing these videos with him. White girl reacts to this. White girls react to that, and then she eventually, after getting her footing in social media and getting a little known in social media, she eventually got her own little channel, went to Europe or whatever. Yeah, got her African staff. And yeah, so basically she used his platform to build her platform. That's what I believe happened. Yeah, she was nice as hell, taking them in her home and everything, her and her family, because I do believe that some of these YouTubers are actually plants. Y'all, for real. Some of them may have been groomed, especially when you look at, like what are our parents into. Some of these people, I believe, are straight up plants. Just like we find out certain people in the music industry were groomed since they were children to have this influence on the culture. They may have been even groomed since they were a child. I know I'm sounding crazy on the conspiracy tip, but this is what I believe with Just Pearly Things. I think her parents are even in on this. I believe that her parents may have more influence than we realize, considering what they do. I believe that, almost like a kind of Ghislaine Maxwell kind of thing. I think that she is like a plant in social media. Yeah. And so, yeah, but what he's complaining, he's been trying to contact her, like whatever it is that you doing, like, come on, bro, you don't know, you don't say that he don't follow her channel, or you don't know what she's been talking about up in here. So being that people hate her, or they taking it out on him, and perhaps this is affecting his what is it, TikTok or whatever. He was somebody who was doing pretty good in social media, and obviously this is having some sort of effect on him. And even though he's playing it off, he's in character, kind of expressing his anger, yeah, and frustration, and it's part of his character to express that. I think he's for real. Like, whatever you're doing, it's affecting me, even though they're no longer together. But hey, she don't owe him anything. They're no longer a couple, so she can do what she want without consideration of him, right? And yeah, you can't really tell her. It is that serious. The scripture says, Ephesians 6:12, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, even. Yeah. So no, this whole everything pretty much like in the Western world, a lot of these world civilizations, empires. What does a cult mean? A cult basically means hidden. That's basically what a cult means. And behind every great supposedly great, powerful, worldly civilization, you best believe there was some occultism. There was something that was hidden. There was esoteric. That is not far fetched to believe. I definitely believe, just like when I talk about, you showed me yourself with the satanic influences behind some of these YouTubers. Yeah, it's no coincidence. You have some of these people. One minute they talking on this tip, next minute they trying to get you into all kind of voodoo. For real. I believe it's come on now. It's getting exposed left and right. You think it's coincidence? So many of these YouTubers, they got these straight up criminal records, and it's not just stuff like, okay, I was caught years ago, with bag of weed on me. It's like, I mean, look at this. We just had this on Nature Boy. You think that these are just individuals? Y'all think that there may not be a bigger agenda behind some of these people and how they get so big? I've been in social media for years. I've seen people who are just as charismatic, have channels who are just as polished. They have channels that are very polished, well edited. They have just as much charisma, if not more. It is no coincidence. Like I always tell people, even with this recent thing where they talk about white girls, how to get a black rich guy, nothing goes viral coincidentally. Nothing. I don't believe anything goes viral. Yeah, there are some of us, some people up in here whose channels, it really did just organically grow. Okay. But these people who come up in here and overnight, I'd never seen anything like that. I've been in here for too long. The way that Just Pearly Things blew up, you cannot tell me that she wasn't a plant. You can't tell me that. But you know that I am one who will bring receipts. If I don't bring certain receipts, I don't really care to. But when necessary, I'm not going. Just Pearly Things is not someone I'm going out of my way. But even with Just Pearly Things, with what dude, what's his name? She's just somebody I'm not going out of my way to even try to investigate. But it was enough information with that, who was the dude that was with her? What's his name? Sarah Garvey? When what he exposed, that was enough for me. I noticed that's why she was trying to sue. That's why she was trying to, even though she makes it like she's against cancel culture and censoring, but notice how she was jumping. That was the one person she was jumping to get legal with. Because see, he was on the inside. He was going to come with more. That Sarah Garvey dude of, I believe, Nigerian descent. He was of the UK. You see, I'm saying quote unquote black. That could be too, but I still think that, yeah, that's obvious as well. But I do believe that she still had help. There's a reason she's on Piers Morgan. There's a reason. Come on now. There's a reason that they got these connections where they're, as we are finding out with Sharik Nasheed, there's a reason. Yeah, of course, it's also about the money that her and her family have. But I do believe that there are certain people, young people, even perhaps even from a young age, like kind of groomed to be in social media to mislead the masses. And this may have been something that was put in motion years prior to them even coming into social media. And it's like they know that they're going to get these interviews with, they see Satan is tricky, setting up these people who, they're these extremists to cause divisions within the family, to cause divisions between man and woman, have men seeing women as their natural born enemy and vice versa. I definitely believe that these are agents of Satan. I'm going to just say it like it is. Whether you want to call it Illuminati, the Bible warns about the false light. You gotta, if you believe in the Bible, Azure TV, you have to recognize these things. You have to recognize, even if it's not exactly as I'm saying, you shouldn't dismiss it as what I'm saying is being so far fetched. And so, especially if you are truly a Bible believer, because the Bible speaks on these things and in these times. No, but the thing is, look, I still give people the benefit of the doubt, though. I still give people. Of course, there are certain things where I don't want to believe it. Yeah, but if it's in my face, there's a certain point where I can't deny it. I'm not one of, because there are some people, like for instance with this president. I don't care what they ain't trying to. No, that's not me. And understand, even though you're saying like with Tariq Nasheed, understand I was one of the people years ago, even when I still didn't quite believe that he was an agent or whatever. I was one of the first people to put it out there. This is before you may have known of me, but I was one of the first people to question him on certain things that he had said. Those who been here long enough, they remember, because I remember that video blew up. It blew up. Like what he was saying, So it wasn't like, oh, I just was this blind follower. It wasn't even that serious. In me like supporting him. I wasn't like that with Tariq Nasheed. I just, I didn't see him as like a straight up plant. Hustler, yeah, but I wasn't really mad at the hustle. I'm not really mad, yeah, because I believed that he believed much of what that's the thing I look at. Not so much if I disagree with you, but do you believe really what you're saying? Like, okay, for instance, there are people up in here, like I said, who do believe that our people, quote unquote, black people, we were native to the Americas. Okay, it's one thing if that's truly what you believe, okay? Like, I think perhaps with that 1,000 go ahead person, I don't know about Dane Calloway, but with that 1,000 go ahead person who was the first person I saw up in here on YouTube, I believe that that's what he truly believed. Do I believe that? No. But I believe that that's what he truly believed. Yeah, I'm assuming, but that obviously was him. We never saw how he looked or anything, but I believe that that's truly what he believed. So even though it's a thing. Okay, then I could do my part and try to convince you otherwise if it's that important for me to convince you. And to agree it is, because we do need to know who we are as Yasharel. But I'm not mad at you if that's what you truly believe. That's what you've been convinced. I just, as long as you're not so stubborn to the point where you're not even trying to hear, another perspective or another opinion. That's people like that. It's hard to, when you ain't even trying to listen to reason or I mean, it's not necessarily if that's what you believe. Like there's a difference between somebody. It's people who just straight lying. That's what I don't like, when they're saying what they absolutely. And in the case with Tariq in this whole FDA, he does not know. He knows that he doesn't really have this issue with Africans. He knows that that's what I'm saying. And the same with just Pearly things. That is not what she believes. Now, the thing is, are these people is it just a grift, or could there be even someone bigger? See, that's where you and I, now you may see these people as just grifters. I honestly think that there's more there's now that's where we're going to bump heads, because you think it's just, this is just some individual grifter. I am, especially considering my experience in here, I'm not, and I'm not saying I may not be, but you know what? I'm going with what I believe. I believe that these people are a little more connected, especially when I see how they automatically, all these people all know each other. She knows Kevin Samuels, and they all know each other. And it could be, I was invited once upon a time to these panels with O'Shea and all of that. It could have been them eventually hooking up and linking up. But like I said, like with a certain two persons who you still ain't convinced, That's affiliated, exotical affiliated. I believe they already knew each other. I believe somebody almost like they're sorority sisters, a fraternity brother, probably the same sorority or fraternity. They went to the and yeah, you don't have to believe me. But like I said, like that thing with Sarah Garvey, when he said that they was at the now notice he had said that, she had the same management as Candace Owens. Notice that she never denied that. Notice she never, even though she and Candace Owens are supposedly, and that's why I still question Candace Owens. I'm sorry. I still question. I ain't saying that Candace ain't presenting information that I may find myself nodding my head to, but I still question. I still believe that there's a lot of controlled opposition up in here. I don't trust Jaguar Wright. I don't trust Cat Williams. Yes, I said it. Call me paranoid, but a lot of these people up in here I don't trust. Even if they come as if they're one of us, one of the so-called truthers, or they're an exposer, I don't trust them. And not just because they're big and popular. No. There's little things that I'm realizing that this whole thing with controlled opposition is even more dangerous and deceptive. And I'm not saying that everybody got to be blocked and banned, because there are certain people claiming that they got their channel demonetized, and because they've been demonetized, we're supposed to believe they're the real thing. No, they're still getting paid under the table. You know what? Oh my gosh, it's interesting you saying, Jamal. I don't see. That's another case of I don't want to believe that, Penizoy. I don't want to believe it. I'd like to believe that he's just going along with the trend, and I don't want to believe that. But now I'm beginning to wonder. I have been kind of wondering. But yeah, I'm trying not to get at a paranoid point, but no, I don't. You're not supposed to. So come on now, Sword TV. Look, I'm gonna speak. You're you're still a Christian, right? Okay. Well, I'm gonna say, what would Jesus do? What would Jesus think about Greek life? Come on now. Now, I'm not saying all people who are part of sororities, fraternities, part of lodges and all that stuff. I'm not saying they're all bad people. Some of them just see it as climbing or get connections or. But what would Jesus think? Okay, we'll put it like that. Even though I say Yahushua, but I'm just saying. Come on now. Yes, Catholic. Well, that don't mean we can't still address this, because these things are bigger than you. Than these things are more. These things that may not seem like a big deal. They're. This is very. We gotta really, with social media is highly influential, and these things. Okay, you saying that this is not pressing, but you gotta remember these things. These people kind of run the world. It doesn't it kind of start with the secret societies and all that. So I think it's more influential than we realize. No, it's just him being on the whole, and I ain't gonna lie, he said some things that had me nodding my head, but the whole FBA thing, and I don't know. So I want to tell myself maybe it's just his opinion. If that's what he really believes, okay. But I'm gonna say this: I haven't been checking him out for a minute, but I used to try to. But I did notice, yeah, because I remember when Sister Radical said she tried to, and he was real disrespectful towards her. And I noticed it did seem like certain things he purposely didn't. I don't know. Yeah, come on now, come on now. No, of course not. They couldn't. Like, even if you were part of the like, for instance, with the Boule, there's very like, I think it's ridiculous when you have these people like, okay, now you did have, and that's something I want to go against too, because you did have these people like, they were, for instance, you had these YouTubers and people in social media. Oh, Lil Wayne, he part of Illuminati. Like, he's like, oh my gosh, is Lil Wayne, is he a puppet? You know, who has great influence over culture? Yeah, but this idea that, let them tell it, Lil Wayne is sitting in a Bilderberg, that's ridiculous. Okay, and another thing too, just because, let's say, like, you can find a picture of little Michael Jackson, covering one eye as a child, or just because you may see even like a Justin Bieber, or some artist that covering one eye, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily plotting and planning, and but even if the photographer or the people who are behind the photo shoot, they know the symbolism, that don't mean that the artist is always aware. Like, Unplug 'em talks about in the songwriter's secret. Like, for instance, okay, let me use an example. Like, with what somebody was trying to point out with the Tyler song. Okay, I've seen videos where they're saying, okay, 1 minute, you can believe that she's just literally talking about water, and she may believe that or know that it's actually something more sexual. But like, now someone like Unplug 'em, he would, in his breakdown of, like, with his songwriter secret series. Now, I'm not saying I totally believe everything that he says about every one of these songs. Like, I don't believe that there was some secret message with Anita Baker's caught up in the rapture. I could be wrong though, but I still give it a listen, to what he's saying. It is still something to consider. But and people say, "Oh, look at the way she was dancing in her videos, always weird, like she was under some spell or something." When I remember when I heard him speaking, I was like, "No, come on now," because I know I used to write certain things, and now you can look at it, when I called myself writing songs, and you can look at it, yeah, like, oh my gosh, could I have been saying that? But I know that I was just trying to be poetic, and then sometimes we may have been led by an evil spirit and didn't even realize it. Like one time, I had a piece of artwork. It was like supposedly like a collage, an homage to Prince, me being a big Prince fan. And this teacher I had, this instructor in design fundamentals, she was like this gypsy like woman. She was like Serbian or Croatian, one of them, and she'd always seen stuff that I was not going for. But she was like, "Oh, and you see this here? This could be like a vagina," and I'm like, and then I looked at it like, "Oh, this do look like a vagina," like, but that was not at all my intention. But but I eventually got rid of that piece of artwork that I did. Who knows? You could have been led by a spirit and you don't even know it. But yeah. So sometimes I do think people looking at things a little too hard. But yeah, it's still something to consider. Okay, like for instance with the water song. Okay, you can say that, oh, that was just sexual. Like, okay, the way that Unplug 'em would talk about it. Now I don't recall him addressing the water song, but remember when I said I like the song a lot, and even though I realized, it was a little sexual, a little fast. I only had an issue with her looking so young singing it. But I liked it. I couldn't help but like it, like, right away. But I would have probably continued listening if it was just sexual, like, okay, she's being fast, But somebody else made a video, and this was like an African man. I don't know, I guess he's like of West African descent. He was saying that, now he was a Christian, and he was saying that the water song, it's something even, there was another layer, like saying it's to the water spirits, and and pointing out the part where she said, "Can you take my soul from me?" And so that's what scared me to oh man, I can't listen to this no more. And I wanted to, because I like it. It sounds beautiful. I like her singing and everything. Now, why would I want to believe that? Why would I want to believe that if I like the song? Like, do you know how hard it was? That song was in my head. I was loving it. I like listening to it when I was walking, going to the gym. And it was actually that song that got me up on Afro beats and on piano and all that. When I was late, I had didn't even know about Tim's, and I missed out on a lot. So, but it was actually the Water song, Tyler, that got me wanting to go deeper into, that music. No, 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 no. I just no. I got to be aware. I have to. I'm telling you. I know. I know things with my family. I know I had a family. I know I used to love horror movies. This is real, Azure TV. This is real. I know about how demonic. My brother was very much into David Bowie. Very much into. I grew up. Ziggy Stardust and all that. And you don't realize that you're bringing demonic energy into your home and stuff. I'm telling you, I think of all the horror movies I used to watch and all the Night of the Demons and all that stuff. And it just didn't think none of it, didn't realize this stuff was bringing demonic energy. But yeah, so I'm really cautious and careful about that. Yeah, I just seen a video of Benai Israel talking about AI and these people dating AI, they having relationships with AI, and this a lot of this, demonic control technology. I'm not saying that we can't, but let me not get too much all. Yeah, I'm gonna go on ahead, Kevin Hart. Y'all know me. Give me a minute. Y'all know how I do. But yeah, like with and I had to think about it. See, and this is the sad thing. Even Tyler may not, because she wasn't the only writer on that song. She might be thinking something just sexual or being a little fast, a little, she might just be thinking orgasm. But those, the puppet masters, they know there's a whole nother, they want the people to sing along, can you snatch my soul from me? You gotta be careful. That's what I'm saying with what we say, what we call ourselves. That's why I'm reconsidering, you know what I'm saying? And us referring to ourselves as Black even. And it ain't about me dissing our melanin or rejecting our melanin. No, I'm thinking, I'm definitely beginning to believe there was something more esoteric with that. It is absolutely about me, not about me rejecting melanin. But we really do have to consider, even if you're named, you have to consider your name even. If you were named something, what we call ourselves and stuff. Seriously, I take this a little more seriously now. Still not seriously. Yeah, I watched all of that. Oh my gosh. Halloween used to be my favorite holiday. And it's not that, and I always believe in the Bible. But I really didn't take those things that seriously. I used to be very much into astrology. Like, for real, I remember freaking out my coworkers because I was able, and I didn't even know them that long, I was able to guess all their zodiac signs. And they were like, oh my gosh. But I didn't realize that was like perhaps a wicked spirit in me. Just like the little girl in the scriptures. Who is it? Did she come to Peter? And, I know that you were sent by the Most High. They were like, they had to dismiss that girl. Like, they knew, even though she probably just saw it as a gift, but they knew that this girl got a demonic spirit in her, giving her this quote unquote psychic ability. They knew that. No, I'm saying it's something you got to consider though. You can't be singing, can you snatch my soul from me? You got to be careful. You calling, can you snatch my soul? I know it sounds all poetic and this and that. Like, I remember Unplug 'em. I know I'm not on topic as usual, but I remember Unplug 'em was talking about, because I ain't gonna lie, it was Patti LaBelle's song. And I used to love it, and I used to sing it, Somebody Loves You. But I remember even before seeing Unplug a video, when I decided, because I would even sing that to my baby as a baby. My voice is totally out now, so, my voice is hoarse again. But there is that part where she says, I worship you and all of that. Like, wait a minute. And I remember even before he coming to YouTube, I remember, like that kind of, wait a minute. Yeah, and nobody else, I put you, like, okay. But what I'm saying is, okay, do you believe, if you check out the Songwriter Secret, now I'm not saying that I agree with everything. It could be a thing, but it's still something to consider. Okay, so what's the name said? Okay, with the guy I said, the Nigerian African Christian guy on his channel, he was saying that with Tyler's song, hold on, with the water spirits, like yeah, and it is. If you notice, there is a lot of this, like even with a lot of the films and a lot to do with mermaids and that's the thing. If you really were to know the origin, a lot of these, like my grandchild, we were watching Shrek Ever After, because I'm really looking at that movie a little deeper, with the whole midlife crisis that Shrek was. And so my daughter, I said, I used to love telling Rumpelstiltskin when I was a kid. My auntie, she would get us together, my auntie who I stayed with, and we like every Saturday night or whatever, we tell a story, choose a story, Three Bears, whatever story, fairy tale we choose. And I always choose Rumpelstiltskin. I remember watching, it was like Fairy Tale Theater with Shelley Duvall. That's how they showed us in school. And when I first learned as a child in what was this, 1980, when I first learned the story of Rumpelstiltskin, it always, intrigued me. You look at, and that's another thing too. A lot of these fairy tales, you really look up the origin. And then too, you find out that some of these things might have been based on, like there really were giants in the earth at one time, Now I can't say, because that's something I have not looked as much into with the whole thing with the water spirits and stuff. But like even with that last Black Panther movie with the coke and but yeah, like if you know anything with the Book of Enoch, right? Bam, you got right. That's another thing too. The MAGA. Why do you think Elon Musk said, I'm a dark MAGA? What did he mean by that? Was he talking about he dark skinned? I don't think so. He said, I'm a dark MAGA. He knew that he was, what's the term? Using a double entendre? He knew the innuendo. I'm a dark MAGA. I'm telling you, a lot of these people who are in these positions of power and influence, very wealthy, you best believe that they are into, if you think that they're Christian or even atheist, you are fooled. Okay? These people are very much into occultism, very much into Satanism. That's how they have obtained, in many cases, obtained their worldly wealth. The Bible says that, this world, this system is, under the wicked one, Satan. When Satan took the Messiah to on high, and showed him all the kingdoms of the earth, and he was like, if you bow down, do an act of worship to me, all these things be granted, all these things be given, all these kingdoms I'll give to you. Notice how the Messiah, of course, he rejected him, but he didn't deny that these kingdoms belong to Satan. Notice he didn't say, no, these kingdoms, yeah, but you best believe they're doing sacrifices, rituals. You best believe how they obtain their power through hidden, there are things that, hidden information that's been passed down. We could take it back. They understand symbolism. These people are into gematria, numerology. If you think these people are just like Donald Trump now playing on the whole Christian, and if you think, and even when we look at what is actually Christianity, I'm just saying, if you think that these people are just what you see as Christian or even atheist, that's bull. That's bull. Well, why is that too far-fetched to believe? Why is it? There have been people who are, but I'm not going to go so into that, because that's one of those things that you can't exactly prove. Now, I don't believe in just jumping in. I remember when Professor Griff, with the whole thing with what's the name, American Idol, Jennifer. Y'all know what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, I be experiencing brain fog like a mug, where names are just not coming to me. From American, Jennifer. You know what I'm talking about. I had the show, American Idol season 3. Yeah, when she had lost her family members. Now, I felt it was in poor taste for Professor Griff to come up in here speaking on how, even if he didn't mean it like that, like her family members or sacrifice, no, I would not do that. Although we do need to look at, I do believe that even if the artist didn't intend on that happening, I do believe that they may cause certain things. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or even Satan calls certain things in exchange for fame, and you know what I mean? I'm not saying that the artist intended necessarily, oh, take my family or whatever, or take my, no, I don't believe that necessarily. But Satan, the devil, and I'm not saying that was necessarily the case with Jennifer, but it is something that she did that movie, and her being a person who was of the church, but she was in that movie right before that tragic, those horrible things happened. And I remember that day because, yeah, the reason that child her nephew got unalived because there was no school that day. I remember because I was like with my daughter. I was like, what you doing? She's like, ain't no school today. I remember that. This in Chicago. And only if it was school that day, that boy would have, he would have lived. But yeah, so I don't think that, when you do have some people coming up in here and they're like, um yeah, I do think that certain things, like even when I think of Kobe's, Bryant's, right before the whole, but let me not go into it, y'all. I'm already walking on eggshells. I'm supposed to be hot in this channel. I'm not going to tag names anymore. Yeah, I'm already walking on eggshells around here. I ain't learned my lesson and already took 4 of my channels. But of course, that is like y'all not do that. It's the here, see, I'm just not following the rules. I'm just, yeah. So let me chill out. Yeah, I'm not stupid, but let me chill out. Hey, I'm a person who lost 4 channels, but well, no, I was just crazy. I'm just crazy. Come on, I'm just crazy. I'm just a crazy cat lady up in here. Like I said, in the case of just pearly things, I believe all girls are plant. That's what I believe. And actually, she's a plant that's doing more damage to the white family structure. Now I can say, who cares? Hey, yo, as long as she ain't, calling interfering with, with black men and black women's relationships more directly. But yeah, I believe that old girl's a plant. I don't believe she believes anything what she's saying. And I don't even believe it's just, oh, she's just an individual grifter. Yeah, it is also about her getting attention from men that she more than likely didn't get in her real life, and more specifically white men so if it means her using black men like this guy, this social media influencer, and then the black manosphere to eventually get the attention of the white manosphere, this is an old tactic many white girls have used. I'll to get the attention of my white daddy who's ignoring me, or white men who usually wouldn't pay attention to me or give me a look. I'm gonna be rebellious, get with a black guy, or get with these black guys. That's an old tactic. But it's really the white man's attention and the white man's favor who she wants. And, so I could say, oh, it's just an individual thing, but I think there's even more with her. I think there's a reason why she gets the exposure. She's gotten the exposure, like with Piers Morgan. They want attention to be brought to her. You can't tell me that Fresh and Fit, that Myron Gang, you cannot tell me that guy ain't a plant. even considering his background. And like I said, when the Sarah Garvey exposed that unjust Pearly things, her being under the same management as Candace Owens, notice Just Pearly Things did not deny that. She didn't deny that. She didn't. Why didn't she dispute? Why would she have them at a party, at this board party, asking them, okay, he said that everybody was drinking. Everybody there, they had drinking, but he noticed that she, and he had more footage that he was gonna come with. Said that she and her manager, he called him, he said the name and everything, Kobe. They were the only ones not drinking. So he ends the video with her asking, hey, raise your hand if you think women like to be beat on or something like that. And that's where he ends the video. Like he was going to follow up, but she ends up going at his channel, even though she's supposedly about, and she, I believe, was going to take legal action. Now, why was she asking that question? To me, that sounds like that was a subject for, it could be used, my opinion, and this is my opinion, that sounds like a questioning that could be used for blackmail. That's my opinion. Oh my goodness. Sorry to hear that. My cousin's her husband. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've experienced this as well. I mean, not, my very best friend, her sister was unalived. And we knew this guy. We wouldn't have never thought that he would do something. He unalived her, shot her in the face, and shot himself. Also, my grandma's twin sister was unalived by her boyfriend. And I'm sorry, I'm really sorry to hear that. But see, okay, notice you said that they were both in the military. But this is also something that people have been bringing attention to. Okay, yeah, there was recently a tragedy, and I'm not trying to make excuse. It's not about Mammy Mullen but there was recently a tragedy, I believe, that people been talking about, where really, really horrible situation where this. Now I haven't looked all into it, I'll admit, but because I kind of don't want to, but this guy, some black guy, killed all like 7 of his kids or something. What was this, like in Alabama? Now all I know, now I purposely avoid really looking into that because I can't stuff like that. It'll send me into a deep depression learning the details. I hated already hearing about this 12-year-old girl who was being bullied at school, this black girl, so stuff like that with children, like with the school in Iran, stuff like that, they'll send me into a deep depression. So I choose not to know the details on that. But I did hear that this person was in the military. And remember what I said, what I had found out with over 90%, okay, of the most well-known notorious serial killers, come to find out over 90%, when I did my research, I had found like over 90%, I think I could say 95% were in the military. I had some sort of military background, like Jeffrey Dahmer. And yeah, it was like of the ones that I looked into, like only 1 or 2 of them that had not been in, like only 1 of them had not been in the military at that time, Yeah. And when we learned about MK, Mind Control Ultra and different tactics that have been, I see the headlines on this Chud case. I've been kind of ignoring it. Just haven't even attracted me to click into it. I see Yeah, but why do they use these tactics in the military? Why are they this way of building a perfect soldier? I used to wonder why they always gotta yell at them like that. Why they gotta, if they're serving for I didn't understand when I was younger and would watch the movies like Full Metal Jacket and stuff. And why do they always talk so demeaning to because it's a process of breaking you down, using trauma to straight break you so they can, I don't want to say create, but so they can construct a totally new, desensitized, hey, Adam Guidry. Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, I know people want to say, and I'm not making an excuse for this guy, but that ain't normal, y'all. Of course it ain't normal. That's obvious. But just like I had to get an understanding with Jonestown, you can't tell me that you could just get a bunch of women to unalive their babies like that. I had to get an understanding. You can't tell me that, yeah, this guy was, and I'm not making, trust me, it's not about me, Oppo baby, but no. And honestly, I have not looked really into that story. I haven't looked, when I heard that he was in the military, and if I'm wrong, correct me. That was kind of enough to kind of give me an idea. Yeah, I mean, this is real. When you really look into it, it's just we can't really talk about this stuff. Or they have the people in YouTube set up who they want you to listen to. They got these misinformation. We can't really talk about. Some years ago, we were able to really talk about this. Really talk about it. Now, yeah, if you type in MK, they got the people who they want you to listen to. We can't really, a lot of those videos that used to be in YouTube, they're gone. What you say, Black by Popular? Yeah, see, I'm not gonna, I know I have to be careful. That's a good point. That is a good point. That is a good point. As much as I want to read it out, that's something to think about. Yeah. That's something to think about. I'm glad I caught that. Feel like I got to be careful in reading it. Right. I'm telling you. These really just acts of rage or even revenge. No, you don't just take out your children like that. Like, I remember when I first, as a younger, learned about the Jonestown, it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense. It just, this is real. Like, even like with this Nature Boy, I'm telling you, you can't tell me. When I watched that little thing on Nature Boy they got on Hulu or whatever, you can't tell me this guy, I think he was pinpointed and planted and promoted. I do believe that. It didn't surprise me. People saying that young Pharaoh, I myself was in a girl's home. They said his background, and notice how he was talking about his bodyguard or whoever after was bodyguard or handler. I'm telling you. And you know what? See, like I said, I ain't even go all into with Cynthia G. For real. Do you know what I found on old girl? Do you know? I ain't even exposed it all. I think one of the few people I kind of was Sister Radical. But I ain't even put it all out there on old girl. That's what really got me. It was really me looking into Cynthia G that really got me into looking into who these YouTubers are. Some of these new YouTubes that came along after what I had found on her. That's why y'all finding out that some of them be. You find out some of these people be sex workers. I'm just saying some of these people. I didn't say names. You find out all kind of stuff. Nah, DJ Megan. Every time they come at me, I ain't supposed to be up in there now. Every single time they come at me, and it's usually the time when I decide to lay low. That's when they come at my channel. I ain't supposed to be up in there now. I didn't do that stream saying, "Oh, this may be my last live stream just for attention." I was trying to bring y'all attention to what's going on with my channel. Like, this is what's happening. I'm like seriously like walking on eggshells. Like, do I change my name? So what I was trying to do was supposed to just hide this channel. The thing is, though, it's not so much YouTube. I'm just wondering, is the Most High, like, is he like telling me to leave it alone. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I'd be like, man, forget that. In my own rebellious nature, I'm really put it out there. I'm really no. But when I think it's the Most High telling me to slow down, that is what get me. Okay, let me put this on private. Let me just talk about the Bible. Let me just keep it safe. Let me just, I wasn't gonna come back. It was my husband having me watch the Michael Jackson. I couldn't hold back. After the Michael, I was like, I was mad at him for having me watch it. Cause I really ain't want to come back up. Especially after, and that'd be humiliating. I gotta always come up in here, well, my children, and I'm just complaining, griping, but taking no action. Yeah, it's not just, it's not about that. It's like, it's not just about them scaring me. It's like, is it the Most High telling me? That's also what, when I like, because I couldn't help but question, maybe the Most High didn't like me doing all of the little shorts of me. Maybe he saw it as vain. Maybe it was, shifting my focus, what I'm supposed to be talking about. So I questioned myself on a lot of things. Because I am a person, I'm very spiritual. I definitely believe. I know some things are just time and unforeseen occurrences, but I believe like there's like a reasoning with everything. And I think it all in the end is part of Yah's plan. So I just got to see where I fit in that plan. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I'm sorry. I know. Has it been over an hour? Yes, it's just been about an hour. So let me go into, yeah. So this is interesting. Yeah, like I was saying on just pearly things. But like I said, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, and notice how, and ain't it, let me see, which eye is it? Well, it's her right eye. I be looking at little stuff, like if you got an eye that's off and a wonky eye like Paris Hilton, your right eye, your left eye is twitching. Then I'm telling you, just, and she ain't, I still don't think she's 30 years old yet. I don't think she reached her 30s. She looks off. Maybe it's just the thumbnail. Maybe this is AI. She looks, this ain't even about just I'm not trying to call someone unattractive, but she look, it just ain't right. Something ain't right. Like I noticed her eyes. I've never seen, a young person whose eyes always be looking so swollen or something. And I'll be looking at that stuff. You got a little eye that's off, wonky eye. I'm telling you. But yeah, she used black manosphere to get to the white manosphere. That's all. But anyways, getting on Kevin Samuels. Let me get on Kevin Samuels. I was about to I was going to defend Kevin Samuels. I mean, not necessarily in a video, but I didn't understand, because I'm seeing people get mad at me. Understand, I did not watch that roast. I did not watch the roast, although I did address it in one of my prior live streams. I just addressed all that I had heard was what the white guy said, the white comedian. I don't know if you call those jokes, but I just heard what he had said, and I guess Kevin Samuels oh gosh, Kevin Hart just laughed it off or whatever. That's all that I assumed. So I didn't understand like why people get mad at Kevin Hart. He maybe should have said something, but he was on the spot. It's a roast. So I at first initially I thought black folks just taking it out on Kevin Hart what this white guy did or what this white guy said. Like why is it always end up flipping back on us, right? Kevin Hart. Please, if I say Samuel, please understand. It is crazy. I know I'm blaming menopause for everything, but I'm telling you, I can't remember. I just keep forgetting names. I'm calling my daughter, my grandchild, my daughter. So yeah, I'm gonna be eating blackberries. I really, because I don't want to lose my mind. Yeah, it's too brilliant to be lost. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, Yeah, okay. So I'm like, why are, and so my husband, though, he brought to my attention, he was like, you heard, well, Umar, and so I was like, yeah, why they going at Kevin Hart? Why and then my husband was like, oh, you must not have heard. I was like, no, I didn't, like obviously there's a lot more to it, so I listened to this and I was like, oh, oh, I didn't know it was all that. Okay. And then also, yeah, some said, yeah, because I'm like, I'm telling you, I'm one of those people. Believe it or not, as much as it may seem like I throw around calling people agents or whatever, believe it or not, I don't want to believe the worst about my people. I always try to be supportive and if you notice, the only people I really go up against in YouTube, whether they're black or mixed with black, okay? Quote unquote black or quote unquote mixed with black. They have just been those ones who have been attacking other black or just causing unnecessary divisions. Okay, I'm not really one to just want to believe the worst on people and I know for years I've heard people say things like Kevin Hart ain't funny, he never been funny, and so I would, and I don't like people. Yeah, if somebody just ain't funny to you, okay, you have a right to say it. But I'd like, yeah, if you notice that, if you can recall, I would always be like, no, I wouldn't say that Kevin Hart's absolutely not funny. No, I'm not all that into his movies and stuff, but I do recall laughing at some of his, because there are some people. I'm gonna be honest, like Mike Epps, he's like funny physical comedy, but even though my niece Tasha disagrees with me, because she liked them, she's seen him but Mike Epps, with me, he's just physical comedy. And stand up, I just couldn't find myself laughing at a single joke. Whereas I can say that I have laughed at some of Kevin Hart's earlier stand up. I even used it in one of my videos, making fun of the manosphere. Um, yeah, it's just that people are saying that he never been funny. And I'm like, and I remember they also said that with DL Hughley. I get it. I understand why there are people who don't like DL Hughley. I'm not too fond of DL, but DL Hughley was funny. Now, like, yeah, I feel like, but hey, everything ain't, and you understand, I do understand comedy. I all different forms of comedy. Okay, I'm a child who grew up on, because my mom was very much into comedy. And I'm talking about my mom was schooling me, like I said, on Jackie Mom's Mabley, on the OGs. My mom schooled me on various forms of comedy. I understand physical comedy, think Lucille Ball. And, so I was one of the few people, before people were up on, oh my gosh, I keep forgetting Ben Stiller. I remember when he had a show back in the 90s and it wasn't successful because people weren't ready for that type of comedy yet. People weren't ready for Ben Stiller. I remember the Ben Stiller show in the 90s. I was one of the few people watching. I remember when Dave Chappelle, when black people weren't even really up on Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock, but I was into him. But the black masses were not as into Dave Chappelle. I know y'all find it hard to believe, but I remember. So I know about comedy. Trust me, I know some comedy. I grew up, just as a child, young child, comedy records being played, me hearing, I was a very little child. Richard Pryor, that nigga's crazy, all of that. Because my mom loved comedy. I heard a lot of things that I should not have been listening to as a child. But that's how my family was. And then I had a funny family. We were always gunning and ranking on each other, So, yeah, so I can understand, I can appreciate different forms of comedy. Like I could appreciate the comedy of let me see, like, well, you know what? I was kind of late getting up on Monty Python, but I can also appreciate a Tyler Perry, where some people just see as ignorant and but I can also appreciate it. Now I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of late because British never really got me, but it was my one nephew. He got me up on Monty Python, and I didn't really, whereas before I kind of. So I'm just saying, I like this. I actually liked his kind of with the facial expression. I don't know. I just like his Only thing, okay, I will say, as much as I appreciate physical comedy like Steve Martin and those who are a little more, and even Jim Carrey, but I will say I didn't like Gallagher. All right, Gallagher, no. But I actually did like, I remember going back to the 80s, Carrot Top. I know a lot of people think Carrot Top's annoying. I actually liked Carrot Top. I was able to appreciate when Ellen DeGeneres first came out, even though now I think she's a weirdo, perhaps even a witch. But yeah, despite his atheism, yeah, like George Carlin. One thing I will say, Adam Sandler, his movies. I eventually, I felt if I were to say someone that was overrated, I kind of felt Adam Sandler was. I was kind of a little annoyed. I was not into the Water Boy, and even though everybody else liked it, I actually would appreciate what's Rob Snyder's Deuce Bigelow. I actually appreciate that where I felt Adam Sandler was lower. But then eventually, like for instance, Opera Man on SNL, I got it. But his movies, Adam Sandler's movies, I felt that he was a little overrated when he had his little time. Now, but even comedians who I know are racist and insult comics like Don Rickles and stuff, racist as hell. But I can't deny that, I do think that, I don't want to say it. So I'm not going to say it. So I'll just leave it alone. But yeah. Oh, you say Jim. Yeah, some people have debated on that with Jim Carrey. I'm not going to say that Jim Carrey is overrated. As I think he's an awesome, as a physical comedian. The physical comedy. My favorite with Jim Carrey being, I know everybody else, Pet Detective. I actually liked him in Liar Liar. That was actually, I remember going to the show to see that when it came out. I actually preferred Jim Carrey in Liar Liar. That was actually my favorite. But I do understand why some people, yeah, I could definitely take Jim Carrey over Adam Sandler any day. No, I don't know. Watch Liar Liar again. Watch Liar Liar. I know everybody loved the Ace Ventura with him making his booty talk and all of that. It's kind of more on the fart joke tip. But I prefer Jim Carrey more so in Liar Liar. And he is really, really good at the physical comedy. He's the type to put his head in the toilet and, and I'm not saying that that's automatically funny, but, he understands the faces he make. And, even when he was on Living Color, Fire Marshal Bill, it's more so with him, definitely physical comedy. Kind of much like Steve Martin. But Steve Martin, oh gosh, going back to like The Jerk and Two Wild and Crazy Guys. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I remember, I was watching Saturday Night Live going back to the 70s. Really, I was a child in the 70s. I used to love Gilda Radner. I was really sad when she passed away when I was like a teenager, a young teen. But I was the first female that I really, was Gilda Radner. Watching her, Rosanna Dana. She used to be like my favorite. So understand, I do understand comedy. I appreciate comedy, different forms of comedy. And I usually don't like comedy to be too politically correct. All right. So I do understand it. But yeah, you know what? The whole Dumb and Dumber, I know everybody love it. I get it. But to me, that wasn't my favorite. Those weren't that, but that was a thing of the 90s. Dumb people being funny. That was definitely a 90s thing. Now I loved it like with Beavis and Butthead, because even though Beavis and Butthead, yeah, they were stupid, but they weren't like annoying dumb. There's that dumb that's like just annoying. Beavis and Butthead, like I really liked when they would critique the music videos. Even though a lot of people, they just wanted to see the antics of them hurting each other or whatever. But I liked when they would critique. Yeah, because they were dumb, but they were not so dumb, to the point where it's annoying. You know what I mean? But that was the comedy of the 90s. Stupid people. You had a movie, The Stupids, Dumb and Dumber. Laughing at dumb people. That was like a big thing in the 90s. But yeah, Homer Simpson, of course. You say you hated 90s comedy. Oh, that was so great. I mean, you got it, because I mean, 90s we had Comic View. I think that was one of the best times for black comedians. Like, now some people, of course, they would debate with me, taking it back to the Chitlin circuit and the days of, and then the days like Red Fox and but considering, I would definitely put that time in the '90s. It seemed like there was this union of black comedians. You know, you got Comic View and Def Comedy Jam, and we had some, and it's so many that we don't talk about. And we're so busy mentioning the same name of comedians. Like we're always going to say Bernie Mac. We're always going to say, and no disrespect to them, but there was so many, and I can't even remember their names that were on like on Def Comedy Jam alone. There was so many. Like when you get that collection of Def Comedy Jam, it's the big names, right? The ones that became more famous. But there was a lot of those ones that, like, I remember it was a dude that was like kind of represent, like he was like the Nation of Islam guy. There was, I mean, yeah, we talked about this before. Oh, you think Bill and Ted? That's a good point. Now when you think about it. Yeah, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yeah, now when you think about it, you might be right on that. You might be right on that. Yeah, and then that kind of, let me see. But I remember Wayne's World. I wouldn't say they were really dumb. Like they weren't dumb though. But Wayne's World, I remember when it was a skit on Saturday Night Live. They're going back to the '80s. But they, oh yes, too. That's what got me back into cartoons. I used to love Two Stupid Dogs. That was funny as hell. Ain't that cute? What is wrong? That's what got me back into cartoons. Two Stupid Dogs. Oh yeah, that's Simpsons. Hey, Mr. K. But yeah, oh gosh, let's get around. The thing is though, this is what, okay, now trust me, I have heard white comedians with the little racist jabs. Don Rickles used to do it all the time. Okay, Don Rickles, Jackie Mason. You know, of course, only the Jewish comedians can get away with that, it seems. But, or at least it seemed. But yeah, they used to take little racist little jabs all the damn time. But actually, they were telling jokes. It could be said that, I'm not saying that we should find it funny, but at least it could be said it was funny. Like what I pointed out last time with that white dude, he wasn't telling jokes though. You know what I'm saying? It's just like they had this Asian comedian taking these little racist jabs that people were talking about. Like, okay, it wasn't really jokes like that. You know what I'm saying? Those were just statements. They weren't really jokes. And it's almost like they are testing to see what they can get away with saying it and using comedy. Now, our people have been doing that, trying to, get out, messages against racism, this and that through comedy, a safer way of doing it. But with them, it really do seem like, because I see how things are flipping. That's why I've been talking about this with Survivor. I really wish that y'all was watching Survivor, even though I do understand y'all not watching Survivor, but I wish more of my people were watching Survivor with me, because you will see, yeah, they're all soaking over this white guy, Jonathan, not winning. He's representing white masculinity, alpha, supposedly. Yeah. And so they think it's about a DEI win with this one little white woman. And, yeah, trust me, I understand. I had no interest either. But I have found myself, once I started watching, getting kind of caught up. And it's just been in more recent years. But it definitely, because I've been dying to discuss that with y'all. So it's like I'm finding myself just going to Lipstick Alley, posting all over the place, going to Lipstick Alley, seeing other people who thinking like me on this whole thing. But yeah, they really are trying. It's almost like these roasts now. I maybe in the '70s, in the past, we could do these roasts, and now that, and understand, I am not, they're acting like people are so sensitive now. Understand, this is not, I'm a person who has been used to such comedy going back to even SNL, because I remember SNL going back to the '70s, my '70s memories. And Saturday Night Live, they used to get away with a lot of little racist shit now. Look, I'm not even just talking about the whole Chevy Chase, Richard Pryor thing. Oh yeah, Chevy Chase. Now he was one. Even though I love the National Lampoon movies, I was never really that into. Even though some could say Ben Stiller is very similar to Chevy Chase, but I liked him in the National Lampoon movies. However, I never liked Chevy Chase like on Saturday Night Live. He was just what I always detected. He did that little too well, that little skit with Richard Pryor, where he ended up saying with the word association, that famous one with him and Richard Pryor, he ends up saying the N-word. But yeah, it was a lot of little stuff. Even when they had Eddie Murphy on there, who helped save, because I remember when the first cast members of SNL left, because they were all many of them began to go into movies and stuff. Of course, like Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi. Yeah, and you remember the follow-up, they sucked. And then eventually, they got Joe Piscopo, but it was mainly Eddie Murphy. And of course, I'll give credit to Joe Piscopo, but Eddie Murphy helped save Saturday Night Live. But a lot of that earlier stuff, I remember watching with my family every Saturday. I'm going to just put it to you this way. Only time they didn't really remind Eddie Murphy he was black was with the Gumby skit. I'm Gumby. Otherwise, like that Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood, like Mr. Rogers, that was very, very just playing on total racial stereotypes. And yet we still laughed, and the whole buckwheat with buckwheat's greatest hits. Excuse me, y'all, for laughing. Wookin' putting up in all the wrong places. I'm the barber. If y'all can remember. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, that Saturday. So understand, it's not like I am so not used to, I'm just so sensitive. I have been listening to, go look up some Don Rickles. Okay, I remember the time when he was on, like, Whoopi Goldberg's show, talking to her. Oh, your hair look ridiculous, by the way. Yeah, he would just say, yeah, because a lot of times some Jewish guys like him and Jackie Mason, they would just be getting away with just saying stuff, Yeah. Oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I definitely was I never got into Mad TV. That was too simple for me. I definitely appreciated Saturday Night Live more than Mad TV. Mad TV was too simple for me. It was like a bootleg version of. I prefer the Mad comics, and that was another thing. I definitely was into Mad. My mom was into the Mad comic strips, so going way back. So even before there was the Mad TV show, we would get the Mad comics, the magazine, Mad magazine. So understand, I do have an understanding, a well-rounded understanding and appreciation for comedy, definitely, and I understand that comedy. It almost cannot be politically correct. You know what I'm saying? It is expected that there's going to be some people insulted. It's expected. However, this is the thing. I just feel with these roasts, especially with today, we don't need to even be doing them with white folks no more. You know what I'm saying? See, with a roast, the idea of a roast, and this isn't anything that's new with Comedy Central. Like we could take it back to with the Richard Pryor roast. It's supposed to be like a no holds barred. I get it. But the thing is, I'm looking at the intention. I'm looking at what is it that you're really trying to, you know what I'm saying? Are you trying to get a joke in, or are you trying to, push buttons, or both? And in the case of this white guy, I didn't really see it as jokes. I saw it as, I'm testing you. I want to see how far I can go, how far I can, and what will black people. It's like almost like they're testing the mood of quote unquote Black America. They're testing how we are reacting to things today versus how we would have reacted 30 years ago. And they are now realizing that they can get away with a lot. That's what I saw this shit as. It's a test. And I'm sorry, but Kevin Hart and brothers, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Oh, okay. What you saying? Check the comment you made about 1995 being the transition for change in comedy. Okay, let me scroll up. Okay, you say that there's a difference between comedy I agree. And before 19, yeah, it was a little raw. And our people was a little raw. Like when I think there was also that show Uptown Comedy Club before there was the Wild and Out. Pre 1995 versus post 1995. Oh, a lot changed. See, you know what I think? One of the things, the transitions that changed things, the OJ Simpson. It just seemed like a lot of things, even in music, because yeah, it was sometime after 95 that we start going into the bling era. I would in the hip hop, that is, because even when you look at hip hop, there's a reason why Common put out "I Used to Love Her" around 94. There's the early 90s, and then you had that post Chronic from like 93, or we was just a little too chill, and then you had the latter after the OJ Simpson. There's three different eras that we experienced in the 90s. Okay, and you said that you would say there was a difference between comedy pre 1995 versus post 1995. Hence, 1995 was the transitional year of change in comedy. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. And DJ McGain followed up with post 1995 was the attitude era in professional wrestling terms. Interesting. Y'all got to elaborate on that. WW. Funny, I totally stopped watching wrestling around that time. I didn't know what was going on with the WCW or WWF, now WWE. I can't say that I listened to Lenny Bruce, but I definitely understand having, because that's just a little before, kind of like with Dick Gregory, just a little before my time. And, and of course, I know of Lenny Bruce. I've checked, just like with Dick Gregory. See, me, I more listen to Dick Gregory, the activist. Dick Gregory, the comedian, that's a little before my time. But of course, I know of Dick Gregory. I've listened to some of his, so of course I have an appreciation for him and Lenny Bruce. And I know of their contribution to comedy. But being that it's especially like with Lenny Bruce, so much before my, before I could really relate to things he was talking about, Oh yeah. Let me see. Okay, so Peninsula Attitude Era WWF is more no holds bar. Okay, so not okay. Are y'all saying that this Attitude Era? Are you saying that it was? You can't tell me it was more egotistical. Because I thought the ego era. I thought that was the era of the characters like the Hulk Hogan's and the Macho Man's. But it's interesting now that you think. Yeah, you got to watch that series on Hulk Hogan. Yeah, and he knew that he had to transition into the bad guy. I do notice this. Those who were seen as so-called bad guys in 90s wrestling, even though I totally stopped following like after maybe 92, 93. Definitely by 94, I was no longer into it as I was. The Rude Boys, Bad Boy, yeah. Kind of like this anti-hero, the jerk, kind of becoming a little more appreciated. That shocked me watching that documentary. They said that I didn't know that Ultimate Warrior, he wasn't really a good wrestler like that. I would not have been able to tell. I could not tell. I thought Ultimate Warrior was dope. That just goes to show that was all an act. That was just show. It running into I didn't know. It was, yeah. But I'm sorry. But yeah, the thing is, I feel like they're like with Kevin Hart. I feel like they're being tested. They're testing, and then using Kevin Hart testing. Notice how he went as far as, yeah, I'm gonna poke at Bill Cosby. I'm gonna also poke at Black Father. This Black Father figure who's accused of being, making the point that there are no good Negroes, there are no Dr. Huxtables. But I'm also going to, him making the little joke, women don't know when they're inside them. Basically, like it's a way of kind of castrating Kevin Hart, black male phallus masculinity, kind of castrating. They seeing how far they can get away with. Can they just straight up call black men basically bitch ass niggas and get away with it? Excuse me for putting it like that. But they seeing how, and I'm gonna disrespect your women. I'm gonna piss on your women, and see if you ain't gonna do shit but defend my right to do this type of comedy. That's how I feel. Like they saying I'm going to basically castrate you. You know, I'm going to play on the black brute stereotype of black men being rapists and they can't be trusted, and like Bill Cosby. And I'm going to, him making the joke, women don't know when he's inside them. That's basically taking away his penis. And I'm going to eventually talk shit about, because come to find out also something was, and you going to support me up. You going to back me up. You going to let me do this shit and I'm going to get away with it. It's like they're really trying to test to see what they can say and do, because they really feel, they see how we up in social media beefing with each other, whether it's black men versus black women, FBA versus, Ironically, there's a certain person channel who I was following who's supposedly a Bible believer. Now I feel like I got to subscribe for him because for whatever reason, he wants to now be promoting the Kevin Samuel stuff. And I noticed also he's talking about Democrat, all this political stuff. Like, okay, I see what's going on. It's a lot of people, I'm like wondering, what is this about? They're trying to make us see things on this versus tip. And see, then, yeah. And so I didn't know how far Kevin Samuels went. I mean, Kevin Hart went. Now, in this case, I meant Kevin Hart. Because I was going to defend him because I didn't understand. I'm like, why are y'all coming at I was like, what Kevin Hart do besides try to be a good sport in the heat of the moment? But I didn't know, he felt he got to back it up, got to speak in defense, got to, you know what I'm saying? And then you got Sheryl Underwood doing the same thing. And let me tell you about Sheryl Underwood. Look, Sheryl Underwood, she is one of those people. Just like, okay, you got Corey Holcomb. He's a case of a person, you know what? I'm going to call other black people monkeys and gorillas. Like I'm going to call black women, fellow black women, or my own people, monkeys, or those who I feel, my people who I feel are lesser than me on a lesser level, like black women. I'm going to call them monkeys so that people don't call me a monkey. So that people, one of them people, like if you looked at Kevin, and he talked about it. He talked about, having to keep him and his brother from being jumped on and things like that. Corey Holcomb talked about this. So one of those people who mastered the art of roasting and gunning on people and ranking on people, like all through school, grammar school, high school. That's a way to keep you from focusing on him so that you don't point him out as, let's say, looking like a monkey. You're looking at, and I'm not saying that I believe he looked like, I'm just saying, I see what's up. The way that he's so quick to call other black people, especially, black women, monkeys and stuff. Now, in the case of somebody like Sheryl Underwood, her little strategy, her way of getting through, I'm going to laugh at myself, or I'm going to let people laugh at me, or I'm a clown. Yeah, that's her, like it's kind of like a fat person who's always reminding you that they fat, always joking on themselves being fat. That's been their way of coping. So, either you're going to see them as a good, and that's her way, so you don't see them as being a poor sport, or that's been their way of coping. And hey, who am I to tell people how to cope with such things? Well, I can say what I don't think is healthy. I don't tell you, Sheryl Underwood. And some people believe that great comedy comes from tragedy. I'm not going to lie. Sheryl Underwood's funny. Yeah, I think she's just as funny as some more. She is funny. Okay? She is funny. Because I know her going back. Now, I know, I don't have the experience of a darker skinned sister. I have experienced texturism, featureism, and just the rejection and dismissal and dissing of just being a black woman with black features. But I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Her more personal experience. Now, Sheryl Underwood, I had never really I know when she first came out, when she looked like she was like a teenager, she was actually kind of cute. I mean, but I'm not speaking from a male heterosexual gaze though. But I didn't think she was ugly when she first came out. I'm talking way back in the '90s when she kind of hold on, let me see if I can find something. She looked really young. Hold on. But yeah, I didn't see her as ugly. And I'm not just saying it's just the, I don't know, where is she from? Is she from the South or is she from, but being that she older and it all depends on where you from. There are some people who just, no matter what, yeah, she just got a big head. But I got a big head. This how I remember when she came out. This how I remember. She was funny though. But there are some people, like I couldn't believe when Phyllis Yvonne Stickney, who I felt was gorgeous, she said what she experienced. Because there's some people, no matter what, they just gonna look at, if you dark skinned, that's an automatic. I, you know, but I don't think, no, it's not just about complexion all the time. There's other features that people may be looking at. I just felt she had, kind of like a big head. She from Chicago. Oh, I should have known. And how you doing? Some of the funniest people come from Chicago. But yeah. Let me see. There might be comments to back up what I'm saying. Hold on. She wasn't. Who's here after this? She is funny though. I can't even front. Sheryl was funny. You see people comparing her to Bernie Mac. She was young and she was funny. Freak nasty in it. She ain't from Chicago. She from, like, hold on. Let me look it up. I don't believe she's from Chicago. If she is, then that just proves that we got the funniest people. Chicago, or at least Illinois, considering Richard Pryor, Peoria, we got the funniest people, no doubt. I know Adele Givens, Chicago. Now, she from, just as I thought, she from the South. Little Rock, Arkansas. I was about to say that confirms it. I was about to say this from Chicago, that confirms it. We got some of the funniest people. Okay, Red Fox, even if they weren't exactly born in Chicago, that confirms it. Okay. You can't deny Chicago's humor. But no, I couldn't even, I never even picked up Chicago vibes from Sheryl Underwood. Adele Givens, oh yeah. But yeah, she's funny. Funny, just naturally funny. Yeah, she wasn't ugly. She just had a big head. you know, and some people may look at the teeth, but yeah, she wasn't ugly to me. But still she probably was one of those people, that's her way of, who knows, from being a child, especially kind of being from the South. And some people do believe that the greatest comedy comes from tragedy, or just things in your own childhood or whatever. But I just, even though Sheryl is funny, she is kind of a raccoon. I'm just gonna keep it real. Now, I wasn't tripping over her, being a Republican. Okay, I just don't understand when you got these quote unquote black folks who always feel they got to let it be known I'm a Republican. They gotta announce it. Gotta, okay, I'm different from the rest. And but Sheryl is kind of raccoon. Let's just keep it real. She funny as hell, but she kind of raccoon. And also, she one of those people. Even though some people see it as her being a good sport, okay, I'm gonna go back to your comment. Yeah, some people see it as her being a good sport and all of that. No, no, no. Oh God, she's just one of those. It's just like me watching this Joe guy on Survivor. He happens to be biracial though. I know when it's a thing. Well, okay. Like I remember the. Okay, let me take you back. What am I talking about? I remember this when she was on The View, for instance. I don't care what anybody said. And I remember talking about this years ago. And I remember when Tommy was talking about it. Remember on The View over 10 years ago, and this was so scripted. This was one of the, because it was that time in YouTube and social media and media period. It was the time for making fun of black women. That was the popular thing. You could build up your channel. It was every little thing. Like I said, this was their way. This was part of the tactic of pulling apart black men and black women. Because my little theory was after the whole O.J. Simpson verdict, and they saw with the black female jury, they saw that black women still had this attachment to black men. This is my little theory. So over time, they had to work on breaking that attachment that black women had to black men. And I believe that they utilized social media. Also, they've been making black women pay for O.J. Simpson supposedly getting off. Yeah, so they've been also making black women pay. But their way of breaking this attachment was by first going through black men, convincing black men, whether they use the Oprah claim or whatever, that black women, it ain't white men, it's black women that's your total enemy. So during this time, it was a free-for-all on black women. And one main thing that they would be targeting with black women during this time period was what black women choose to do with their hair. Let them tell it. The hair weaves alone, the wigs and the weaves alone, this is tearing down the black family and everything in America. Single black moms and hair weaves and extensions and all of that, right? Yeah, so that was a very popular thing up in here. And I remember, and I said to myself, this is so scripted. Y'all remember where they had each of the women? Yes, Julie Chen, like they got them. We're gonna, yeah. If Julie Chen, honestly, Julie Chen, if you were totally, and see, I don't trust Julie Chen because I don't. What was the show? Big Brother last season. It was a black man that was on the Big Brother, and he kept talking about his wife calling her his chocolate drop. And so she felt the need, am I your little lemon drop? Yes, I don't trust Julie. Yeah, Julie Chen, if you were being honest and removing your extensions and all of that, you would also be honest about, you've also had a nose job. You've also had eyelid surgery. You've also had, but see, that's a whole nother, but yeah, this was so scripted right here. Y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? Yeah, it was just, and of course, who would be the last person to take off their wig? Do you think that that's coincident that it was in the order that Sheryl? Yeah, this was a way to get the black woman and Sheryl Underwood to totally take off her wig, and and she's got her hair looking pickaninny or whatever underneath. It's not. So I'm like, this is so scripted. This is so scripted. This was a humiliation ritual. Yeah, and then they end the show. Why was her hair? Come on now. We usually don't have our hair like that under wigs. Our hair is usually braided or something underneath the wigs, right? Wouldn't you think that our hair would have been like braided or something underneath the wig? No, she's got her hair all like that. I mean, it was very, very obvious. And that's why they chose her to be the last one. This was one of these things to humiliate black women and to make white women feel, this is Zoloft for, insecure non-black women. Donnie. Yeah, and look at our hair. It just happened to be all. And do you think that, think about it. My mama wore wigs. I'm going to tell you, my mama was wig wearer. You ain't going to be able to pull my mama's wig off that easily. My mama used to have them bobby pins. First of all, if mom and this woman's on national TV and you're going to tell me that she's just able to this was obviously scripted for them to take off their pieces, hair pieces, and then they leave her for last and she just slides the wig off. Anybody who know, if you're a woman and you know women can't slide their wigs off that easily. This was scripted. This was all planned and plotted. She knew her hair would be looking all crazy like this underneath. Okay? There were no bobby pins, no glue, no nothing. My mama would have had to remove all of her bobby pins. And it more than likely would have been braided. Yeah, this was scripted. This was scripted, like some sort of humiliation. And you know, and she's willing to do it. Now you do yours. You see, they're just taking off little extension pieces. Yeah, too bad that Julie Chen can't replace her nose, her original nose, or her original eyes. See, because hold on, this is if we gonna really, because they love trying to call out with black women in fakeness, but hold on. But let me tell you, because they love harping on black women in our hair, right? You know, that's such proof that we're so fake over all other women. Let me tell you, as you know, this is Julie Chen right here. That's how she used to look. Okay? So it ain't just about the hair, since we want to keep it real, and you know, it's not just about the hair. But that's enough for them to, you know, it's not just about the hair with Julie Chen. All right? But anyways, getting back on this. Yeah. Wait, where was I? Where's it? Where's the video? Doggone it. Yeah, that's her original nose. Look at the eyes. She's had that what they call it, blepharoplasty. That's what that a lot of those Asian women are getting. Probably had certain fat removed from the face. Yeah. So they're all, notice they're just taking these little pieces and they can take, and it's interesting how they can so easily remove the pieces because this was all scripted so that they could, in the end, get the darkest sister to remove her wig. And she just happened to be the darkest one there. Now, you got to think about it. Do you honestly, how was she able to, there's no bobby pins, no glue. Do you think, ain't no woman going to be sitting there in public with a wig that you could just slide off like that? So that tells you that this was all very much scripted. What was the purpose? Her hair looks fine the way it is. And I hate when they leave these patronizing. Look, somebody said it 8 years ago. They set Sheryl up. The other hosts didn't remove all of their extensions. Sheryl removed her entire wig. Yeah, that was a setup. Oh, gosh. And then you'll have these patronizing. Oh, I prefer Sheryl with her natural gray hair. Beautiful. And I can't stand. Oh, my gosh. It's like what they're doing with Joe. And stuff. Yeah, it's stuff like that. And then who came right up in here running to make a video on it? Tommy Sotomayor, of course. Because this was fuel. That's why I be telling you, like these shows, like the Pop the Balloon and all that stuff, all this stuff just be a lot of this stuff be scripted for fodder so that it could get conversations going. Yeah, so it's a little stuff like that. There's other things. Hold on. There's other now. What is this? Hold on. Give me a sec. Now I don't know what I'm trying to see if I can remember what this is about. Years ago, says 9 years ago. Uploaded 9 years ago, 2016.
Heidi Klum says Project Runway.
Let me speed it up just in case. Fair use. I don't know if I remember what this is about, but there's just a few things. There's a few things that Sheryl Underwood over the years, she feeds into these, she kind of feeds into this humiliation ritual against Black women. I don't know if that's her way of coping. Yeah, it's a confidence booster for them. Like that's why I was saying when somebody talking about Oprah Winfrey always did these shows. I'm like, that's a damn lie. Like I remember when Oprah Winfrey ain't never really cared about Black women enough to be doing all this on behalf of Black women. Okay, I remember, in fact, she had a show in the '90s where the one time she did have something more specifically to Black women. This was the early '90s. Now she never did anything really specifically for Black women. Okay. Oprah Winfrey, I'm talking, but we didn't hate her. Hey, she just catered more to white women and their issues with their men and their issues with problems and stuff. But she did have a show, and I remember my mom was very disappointed with this, where she had on, this was the early '90s, and she was talking about Oprah, talking about hair extensions that Black women wear. And she just specifically Black. And I remember my mom was disappointed, even though my mom was a wig wearer, but she was like, now these white women gonna be thinking that we all wearing extensions. Anytime they see a Black woman, I remember my mom responding like that. But that was the one time during that time period that Oprah decided to address Black women more specifically on something. Oh yeah, I know with Oprah. I just don't like for them, when you have certain Black men in social media using that claim that all she did on her show for years is bash Black. And now that's not true. Is she a raccoon? Yeah. But what the claim about her show, that's not true. And I just wish people would tell the truth on that. It's just like, regardless of how I may feel on a certain, let's say it may be some Black guy I don't like, comedian, I'm not going to say, for instance, oh, well, for years on Kevin Hart's show or this and that, he was disrespecting Black. No, if that didn't happen, I'm not going to say that. I don't have to lie on people or exaggerate things, to use it as an excuse to go at an entire demographic of my people. No, I just want people to tell the truth about that. What they are doing, they kind of getting the movies and stuff confused. And even the things that they do point out, that was, it's like those one or two things that were like after the year 2000, like with the guy on the down low and the thing with Luda, Chris supposedly, and, and we could definitely say now with her turning on the Jackson family. But no, all the time that her show was straight up in popularity, no, actually those episodes made white men look bad. If we were to say she was any men that were looking bad, actually those shows were more the ones that she did. And in fact, though, she kind of stopped doing such shows like on Cheating Spouses and all of that, because she was trying to distance herself from the Jerry Springers and all of that. She actually did more damage, Oprah, honestly, when she started going on all that new age stuff. That's what was actually more damaging to people in general. If anything, Oprah Winfrey's show actually was more of a detriment to white people, white so-called Christian families, because not only did her show showcase white dysfunctional families, and not just the trailer trash like Jerry Springer, but she also, it was actually more so Sally Jesse Raphael. Now, Sally Jesse Raphael, it was more of an even playing field. Whereas with Oprah, it was like strictly white people that would be. Whereas Sally Jesse Raphael, she would have all types of cheating spouses and no good men of different, her and Ricky Lake. They didn't really discriminate on race. Whereas Oprah Winfrey's guests were primarily white people. But eventually she, kind of tried to distance herself from the Jerry Springers and stuff. But actually, what she ended up going into, in my opinion, was more dangerous. Yeah, she stopped it with all the cheating spout and all of the, all of that stuff. Especially after that whole Jenny Jones scandal, she tried, the whole thing with that. But I think what she was doing was actually more dangerous with with the book club and promoting all that new age stuff. So some could say, and being that many of her viewers were white so-called Christian viewers, some could say that actually her show was more damaging to the white Christian family. Not only, having them see white men in a more negative light, like Peg Bundy watching Oprah, but, like so-called turning out white women, they could use that excuse. Yeah, but also, with all that, new age stuff, especially considering that many of her viewers were white and Christian. But she's, kind of like when you think of the Beatles and their influence on, getting people into Eastern mysticism and all that stuff. But with her promoting the Deepak Chopras and all of that, and all the publications, and then also you got to consider, that's when the white men were really coming at her too. When she went at the beef industry, see that's when they really started coming at her. She kind of fell back. But this Oprah of the 2000s, the one that now turning on Michael Jackson and all, that's when I really started seeing her more so as a raccoon. Otherwise, black folks wasn't really seeing her, what it is that in history now people are thinking of Miss Sophia. They're thinking of the women of Brewster Place. That's what they're thinking of. You understand what I'm saying? They really don't remember the show like that. Okay, they really don't. Like they'll try to use this 1-2 example, not even giving you the show in its context. But that wasn't really the Oprah Winfrey show, however. Yeah. But she's right now. Now, as for Gayle King, but her presence really been just more so the 2000s. That's a different story.
Host Heidi Klum says she saves all kinds of keepsakes from her children with her ex-husband's seal, even their son's hair. In a recent interview, Heidi said, quote, "They have big afros, and when
I remember this. I think I remember this now.
Saves all kinds of keepsakes from her children with her ex-husband's seal."
Okay, they're talking about the white supermodel Heidi Klum, who used to be married to, the black singer Seal. And, they have obviously biracial children.
Project Runway host Heidi Klum says she saves all kinds of keepsakes from her children with her ex-husband's seal, even their son's hair. In a recent interview, Heidi said, quote, "They have big afros, and when I shave them all down, I keep all the hair and put it in a Ziploc bag.
Why did she say shave them all down? I don't like the way that sounded. No, did Heidi actually say that, or is that how you saying it? When I shave them all down, like they some damn animals or something. I don't know. That didn't sound right.
Afros, and when I shave them all down, I keep all the hair and put it in a Ziploc bag. I keep everything."
Okay, maybe she's just saying when she shaved down the afros. Okay, all right. Let me chill out.
What unusual things do we all save?
Okay, I'm sorry, but why would you save afro hair? I mean, you can't weave in afro hair. You don't never see us at at the hair place going, look here, what I need is I need this curly nappy beard. that just seems nasty.
I totally get this. I mean, I don't know if I'm weird, but I have like my son's first haircut and hair.
Yeah, you see, and and I always wonder. Y'all remember this? I remember this clearly now. I totally forgot about this. Yeah, you see, it's almost like, and then it's the first Sheryl Underwood to interject while wearing a wig. And you see over here, Sheryl Underwood apologizes for black hair remarks. But it's almost like, was she told to say this? And even if, whether or not she was told to say, she still chose to say this shit. But yeah, it's little stuff like that with Sheryl Underwood. So I can't really respect her. Yeah, is she a funny comedian? Yeah. But it's little stuff like this. And I honestly believe almost like these conversations are set up for her to be the jester and say stupid shit like this. You know, you wouldn't even get this type of shit from Star Jump. And don't think that some of these, even if they are comedians, don't think that they are sometimes told what to say. Do you remember with Ricky Smiley's son? I believe he said something. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ricky Smiley's son said a colorist joke. And don't think I'm trying to excuse these people who are supposedly our people. Let me see. And I think that son is gone now, ain't he? Let me look up. Wasn't it Ricky Smiley's son who said something that was like colorist or something? He said something about a black woman being dark as a skillet or something, just something that he said. I forgot exactly. I'm trying to look it up because I don't want to be totally wrong. Dang, I can't find nothing. I mean, y'all know what I'm talking about? Please help me out. I'm getting old. My memory, like I totally forgot that with Sheryl Underwood. With what, you know, it came back to me. Hold on. And I think it's the very son who passed away. I just recall, okay, I can't quite find, it's so hard to find what you're looking for on YouTube now and even social media. They're just talking about his son's passing. I can't find what I'm talking about. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. I don't think I'm getting this mixed up. But didn't his son say, because I believe he said some joke that was said to be colorist, right? Like on dark-skinned women or a dark-skinned woman. And then yeah, of course, it caused controversy. Like I say, nothing goes viral coincidentally. And yeah, and I believe that his son said that he was told to say that joke. Yeah, like he was told to say that joke. Now, I'm not saying that lets you off the hook, because it ain't like nobody making you do a thing on thing. But that's kind of interesting if it's true. Now, it's interesting. I'm also seeing these videos saying his son was a sacrifice and all that. I don't know about all that, but you just never know. This Hollywood. Of course, I don't believe that Ricky Smiley wanted his son to pass away. You know, I don't wish that on nobody. And he's saying, what was it, an possible overdose? But I think that was the same son. Am I right? Am I wrong? Just wish I had something to back up what I'm saying. But supposedly, I just remember, you know, I've been in social media, YouTube long enough. I remember it being said, him saying that he was told to say that joke. Now, why was he, if that's true, let's say if that's true, why would he would be told to tell that joke, and who told him? See, I believe there are certain things even that even some of these celebrities are saying, or maybe even being told to say, just to trigger reactions between black men and black women. I really do. Like when all of a sudden, who's another? like out of the blue, you'll have just Trick Daddy just saying some shit, not even called for, nothing even triggered it. Black women, they'll just say something, and you never heard him really feeling the need to do all that before. Yeah, we know that he's a hip hop artist who makes songs that, some may see demeaning to women, but you never felt that. They didn't feel the need to just all of a sudden out of the blue say something. Like, okay, another example, the basketball player, Gilbert Arenas. Out of the blue, for some reason, he has to say that Lupita Nyong'o, in talking about she looks better in the dark, something, just little stuff like that. And then it goes viral for some reason. Yes, this is what I believe, that a lot of this stuff is scripted. Don't get me wrong, you got some of our people who are just jerks. And they are like, okay, I know, like there was a comedian, Chris Spencer. He was somebody who would always be purposely trying to trigger black women in comedy. Interesting, he was with Corey Holcomb not that long, but he would always, that was him. I don't know what that was about, but going back to the 90s, he would always get up there trying to tell jokes to trigger black women more specifically. But some of these people just out of the blue, they're just like Gilbert Arenas, just saying something, and then it goes viral. Okay, and like now, this is another case, even though this is not necessarily to do with colorism, but remember when Joan Rivers had her little show, Fashion Police, and that one woman on Fashion Police, she was critiquing Zendaya, right? Zendaya, biracial actress. She was critiquing Zendaya, who decided to wear locks in her hair, okay? Because sometimes you'll have those ones, they don't want to be reminded that they are black or mixed with black. They're comfortable with a certain celebrity, so they don't really want them to be putting braids and locks in their hair. Like they're comfortable with Beyonce wearing blonde hair. They don't feel comfortable with her wearing her hair when the Lemonade video, because they don't want to be reminded that they're black or mixed with black or whatever. Yeah, but when Zendaya decided to, not locks, but she had twists, I believe, in her hair. And so that one woman who used to be on, she wasn't black though, but she was on the Fashion Police with Joan Rivers. She made her commentary like something about like she could smell Zendaya smelling like marijuana, and like basically saying that she has a Rastafarian look, like and so she made a joke that was culturally insensitive. Like now that she has these twists or what appear to be locks in her hair, she smells like a Jamaican smoking weed or something. I don't know. It was a joke, something that she had said. And she got a lot of heat for it, right? Now she revealed that joke was scripted. Now we thought that they just freestyle critiquing people on this show. She said that she was told to say that. And I'm like, really? Whereas, I thought that even as much as I don't really trust Cat Williams, but Cat Williams was saying, like, remember what he was saying with the Flavor Flav roast? And how, even though I believe he's controlled opposition to a degree, but remember he was saying the Flavor Flav roast, and it was around the time when the show Flavor Love was popping, and he was saying how they were telling them, whoever they are, the puppet masters, to say all of these "you so black" jokes, "you so black and ugly" jokes. And he talked about how it was messed up because Flavor Flav's kids, I don't know why his kids, maybe the kids were older, I don't know, maybe why would they be there at a roast? But they had to listen to all these jokes on their daddy and how black and ugly and this and that. But Flavor Flav didn't care long as he getting paid. But yeah, it was Cat Williams, I believe, who was revealing, even though he still participated. But he was saying with Comedy Central, also, was it him? Was he the one who was talking about how the white comedians, they allow them to have more freedom as comedians to write their own jokes and stuff? Whereas they don't really, they be trying to dictate, like with the roast and stuff, what the black comedians say. Wasn't he the one who said that? Yeah. Y'all remember that, right? Yeah, Eddie Griffin was talking about that with the the show Malcolm and Eddie, and and when we got the UPN and WB, and he was talking about how they just wouldn't allow them, the comedic freedom. At least with the Martin show, I think they allowed them, like the jokes they told on Martin. Obviously, those are jokes, whether you saw them as colorists or whatever. That was jokes they wanted to. I think they had a little more freedom, and that's how it kind of seemed. Like y'all point out with the early '90s, when even with the black shows we had at that time versus after 1995, 4 and 95, when all them shows like Rock and stuff, they were all canceled or they ended a different world. Then it was like you could tell, just like you could tell with Good Times. You could tell that there had, when there were those creative differences with the original writers for the show, like Eric Monty and Mike Evans and the Norman Lears and the Puppet Masters. You could tell. Like they said they would have conflicts with Good Times. Like they would try to tell like, oh, black people wouldn't say that. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like I used to watch some of them shows. I remember they say stuff like jive turkey. Like I never heard black, even though black jive, that was a slang black term, but the way they would say it, you jive turkey, I'm like, I don't know those black people talk like that. You can tell. You can kind of tell when it's white people, like writing how black people, how they think we talk. Kind of like with the movie Hollywood Shuffle, where you got this white guy showing the white guy director showing the black guy how black people walk. He's showing the black dude how black people walk. No, you walk like this. Like he an expert in how black brothers walk, But yeah, yeah, they saying how they, who was it? It was Cat Williams saying that they let the white comedians, they give them their comedic freedom as comedians, but a lot of times they be dictating. And we all know that the black comedians don't need to be dictated on. They're funny. They're usually funnier, but yet they still trying to direct and, you know what I'm saying? How they gonna tell their jokes and stuff. Hey, how you doing, Ronald Starks? Oh yeah, definitely. Huh? Really? White male audiences on Twitter hate Zendaya. Really? They do? For what? I didn't know that. But why do you think that is? I like Zendaya. Only thing that I question is she's an atheist. I'm looking at that because, from a certain movie, And she's one of the ones who's able to come through Disney. I got to question anybody with Disney, though, but any kid that came out of Disney. But otherwise, she cool. Why would I don't get it? It's what she don't come off like some angry feminist or nothing. So what reason would they have for not liking her? I don't get it. Like I can understand why they don't like Amy Schumer, but what reason would they have to not like Zendaya? But who are they anyway? I'm gonna look back at some of y'all comments. But yeah, some of this stuff, they know it's set up. They know we're going to talk about it. It's meant to go viral. They're sending messages. And then they got people who are doing the damage control like Sheryl Underwood and Kevin Hart. But y'all don't realize they testing us. They seeing what can we say, how far we can go. And we're going to get away with it. They want to see how we react. And this is one thing I'm noticing with a lot of black folks. We're using the what about black on black crime response. We're using so they really seeing. So what they're going to do next? See, it's starting off with the little jokes. So what's next? I don't think we need to be doing these roasts any longer with them. Okay? I'm not trying to laugh with them no more. I'm really not. And I'm a person, I got a sense of humor, but I'm not saying that I ever really was laughing with him like that. Because these ain't jokes with him. Like, we got to understand, it was never a comedy or just entertainment. When they were doing these minstrel shows, vaudeville acts, it was never just about jokes and fun with them. It was always some sort of damn agenda. Like when they always say, "Oh, what's the difference between what Juicy did with Amy Schumer? Well, how is that different? How is blackface worse than that? What Juicy did, or what with white girls?" First of all, with white people in their jokes, there were lynchings attached. There were bombings, burnings. It was never just about jokes with them. It was never just, this is what we gotta realize. With their it was little jokes. Yeah, see, hold on. These were jokes too. Let me show you what I'm talking about. See, we can't joke with people who don't really have a healthy sense of humor. Hold on. See, this is how they joke. This is how they joke. That's how they joke. That's how they joke. See, their jokes. This is how they joke. And it leads to real shit. This how they joke. So why we laughing with them still? It's never really just it was never just really entertainment like that. And even when you break down entertainment, that's how they joke. See, there are jokes that seem harmless, like the blackface and all of that. No, it's not. See, you can't say that a movie like White Chicks lead to white females being burned, lynched. You can't say that. Even with the Karen jokes. How many Karens have actually been attacked? How many Karens have actually... Now, I can't speak for their own people, but, just being attacked for being a Karen alone. How many? I'll wait. How many Karens with the Karen jokes on white women? How many Karens or Brads actually been just attacked for being a Karen or Brad? I'll wait. How many have been harmed or really faced discrimination because of the movie White Chicks? I can tell you how this has been very harmful, very damaging, leading to discrimination, leading to acts of brutality, reducing our people to inhuman, almost scary images. See, this is how they joke. This is their jokes comparing us to monkeys and all that. It feeds into genocide, eugenics, this idea that we're not really human. It's not just, you don't just get laughs from it. You don't just get laughs from their so-called jokes. It feeds into this idea that we don't deserve to live, or our lives should not even be valued. Their jokes we should only be see, their jokes And their propaganda were always attached to some more sinister propaganda. Their so-called jokes was always tied to some more sinister propaganda. Even if we were to talk about their jokes on gender, you know, people don't see the big deal. This Jonathan guy telling Tiffany, because you're a girl, this, and that. You know, with them, they always is something overboard with them. It's always something. They take this idea of, you know, it's always something overboard with them. Always something that's really overboard. And the sad thing is, some of us are taking on these jokes, thinking we could joke like them. People like Corey Holcomb. No, we should not be making jokes on being a PDF. You know, this is how they joke. It's always something. You know what I'm saying? Always something that's just. So we don't need to be joking with them no more, for real. And let them do, like, I'd rather they just do their little comedy separate. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. You know, like, I've laughed Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo with, even though Eddie Griffin, that's the only reason Rob Schneider now saying a little racist stuff. He's hating because, yeah, Eddie Griffin. Even though Rob Schneider was funny in his own way, but Eddie Griffin kind of, you know, talk about you what they call man giant. But you know, we can't laugh with him no more. You see how that dude that was with Seinfeld and Paul Mooney had respect for him. Remember when he snapped, you're under, you know, the guy from Seinfeld? Yeah, see, they be thinking on a whole nother tip. Oh, of course. Baby, y'all thinking it's just jokes. So they'll end up using, you see, Bill Cosby, he thought he could just joke about Spanish Fly. You see how they use that against them? Speaking of, I hear something with Jermaine Jackson. Goodness gracious. But I ain't going to talk about that right now. He thinking he could tell them little jokes that they tell. No, they will. See, you tell that joke, they're going to use that against you. You got Corey. Now we're trying to, our jokes was never really politically correct, but there's certain things. Like, we ain't joke on the devil. We ain't joke on, you know, certain things we just, you know. Like these homoerotic jokes, and I do them, you know, like, you know, like, so we don't need to be joking with them or even picking up their style of comedy. Don't get me wrong. I've also talked about how we joke too much on certain things. Eat the cake at a maid. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of this stuff is, believe it or not, we've picked up from the Gentiles. And the Bible also warns about, as much as I appreciate raw comedy, the Bible does warn about, what's the scripture on, you know, laughing at and joking, you know, vulgarity and things that are, you know. Oh, yeah, that's what it's also about. It's just like how they allow, yeah, it's funny that you say this, because you're saying, I think blackface is offense, but its early forms were also rooted in envy of black culture, at least during the Victorian era. Yeah, a lot of this is envy. Just like how they make fun of us tap dance, how we dance, right? They make fun of us, whether it's Jim Crow or minstrel. But let Fred Astaire come along. But then next thing you know, they mock us, then they jock us. They do that every time. This music is garbage. This is jackass music. This is Devil's music. This is terrible. This is like music. Then next thing you know, they're doing jazz. They're doing rock and roll. You know, rap is crap until Eminem. Then when Eminem come along, then they want to break down the science and of the art of rapping. But when we initially do it, it's just garbage. Same with tap dance. They make fun of us tap dancing, but then then they get Fred Astaire, and even when he was doing blackface too. And then they got the nerve to claim that Michael Jackson, like, almost as if he totally copied Fred Astaire. They always do this, but that's the thing. I wouldn't. These black comedians don't even. They need. I miss how it was with the Comic View and Def Comedy Jam. In a way, I kind of wish we go back to when white folks was like discriminating with the as crazy as it sound with MTV and Johnny Carson. Wouldn't let a black comedian on, or the MTV wouldn't play a black video because it forced us. We always become most creative when our backs are against the wall. It forced us to just create our own ish. See what opened up before you had the Chris Rock comedy. So you had Robert Townsend. See, Robert Townsend was a brother from Chicago who happened to be in the movie Coolie High, had a little short part. But he took his own money, put together the movie Hollywood Shuffle. It was a big hit. Around that same time, you had Spike Lee. You had these underground directors and stuff. And eventually, and it was through Robert Townsend that you learned about more so that helped give more exposure to the weigh-ins. And Robert Townsend from Chicago. And see, eventually, you had a new wave of black film. Hadn't had nothing like that since the time of blaxploitation, or what was referred to as blaxploitation. But it had opened the new era in the mid to late 80s, opening up for the 90s. That's what, led to you start seeing more blacks in film. Like even, Eddie Murphy, who was that like kind of token black actor who was getting roles that weren't just in black films. But eventually, him doing the Coming to America with a predominantly black cast, even if he wasn't a director. But yeah, people, they had to take notice. But it's always when we get it together and realize, and do something on our own. Eventually got together the black comedians, the OGs for Harlem Nights. Felt was awesome. Okay. And eventually we got Russell Simmons with Def Comedy Jam. Yeah, opening up. See, Robert Townsend helped open up them doors because remember Robert Townsend, he had the HBO special going back to the 80s. Introducing us, giving more exposure to the Wayans and the new and upcoming black comedians, and not just the tokens. And that helped open the door eventually HBO Def Comedy Jam. And we also had BET with Comic View. I don't know what exactly came first. For all we know, it might have been BET that came first. And see, the other than that, when they see, just like with Soul Train, they see us doing our own thing and stuff, and they're going to have to tap into that. They're going to have to get that money. Dick Clark tried. It didn't work. So what he ended up doing is, allowing for American Bandstand to be more integrated. Soul Train still stood on its own and ended up, going into the 2000s. Yeah. How you doing, Solo Beats? Yeah, I was okay with it. The problem is just there were so many more stories to tell, and I'm from the hood. But I was okay. It still opened the doors. There was still other movies that weren't just like the Inkwell. I think that was an underrated gem. The Inkwell, movies like that. But yeah, it's almost like maybe it's better to go back to that time when they were shutting us out and we had no damn choice. I know, a lot of us are disappointed with the whole thing with the Voters' Rights Act, but you know what? I don't know. Maybe we've gotten too damn comfortable because maybe there's some truth to what people say. We become our most creative when our backs are against the wall, But when we know maybe we felt too included. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they need to go back to, maybe we'll form the Negro Leagues again. Or Sheryl Leagues. See, with black folks, they wasn't letting us play in the major leagues. So we had our own thing forming, and I wasn't alive, of course, but it probably was popping with the Negro Leagues. You know how we do. We gonna make it, more exciting and interesting. And, you know what I'm saying? With all the talent. But so what they do, like they open up allow Jackie Robinson into the major leagues. See, that's the thing. And so we get so comfortable being in a spot. See, we don't have Def Comedy Jam no more. But we don't have Comic View, but we do still have Comedy Central. You see what I'm saying? See, there's no need for Yo MTV Raps because, there's no need for BET, for Rap City. See, that's the thing. MTV, they knew they had to jump on, especially as more and more people were getting BET, which was black owned still at the time. They knew they had to jump on it. And I'm going to tell you, like I said, I'm noticing all these wig acts coming up. That's what I believe the Exoticals are doing. All they talking about is hair. They got this anonymous Exotical channel. Keep talking about like, don't you wish your hair was curly like me? Like, and it's the same. And I'm like, I think I see what's going on. Because at the same time, I notice I'm getting all these ads on my Bible app even for wigs. And it's the same looking wigs. They want black. They're trying to convince. And I noticed that these videos that's going viral with a black female, it could be one unknown female saying that she don't like her 4C hair or whatever. It's unmanageable. So then they're trying to, y'all know deep down, you say you like 4C hair, but deep down you don't. You know deep down you don't like your hair. You know deep down. Now I'm going through a little struggle with my hair. That's only because I'm getting older. And it's not as full as it was. And I believe they be listening to what we talking about in our phones and getting all these things for wigs and stuff. But it's not necessarily lock wigs. They're trying to get you, especially as more and more sisters going natural, and they see it's like either they're going natural or they're just with the lace fronts. There's not much in between. There's not as many sisters getting the box perms and all of that. So I think they've been enticing us with the press outs, the silk presses. Like, see, your hair is at a certain length. You should press it out now. You don't have to wear natural and protected anymore. You can wear it straight. It's long enough now. Your hair's long enough now. You can go to, this is my little theory. Because they losing money. They've been losing money. I had learned, a report I did while I was still in college around 2010, that our people spend more money on hair products and hair-related services, like going to the barber, beauty salon, getting hair products, than any other product or service. I was like, dang, no wonder. This was 2010. I'm like, no wonder Madam C.J. Walker became one of the first self-made. Yeah, they know with all the money that we have been with the hair, and they can't lose that if we all going. Yeah, that's why they had to jump on the whole shea butter and all that. They can't. So for all we know, some of these Exotical channels may just be channels trying to entice. Because I'm like, why are they wearing these obvious wigs and stuff? They may be purposely to entice you to get wigs and bundles still. Yeah. I don't mean to. No, don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. No, I'm more for separation, not segregation. That's just me talking, So don't think that I'm saying, I could easily say that. And then of course, I don't want because I understand we're still in the land of our captivity, and this could really have an effect. So I'm not saying that I want us to be discriminated against. That's just me talking to my people, or what I believe my people. So no. But you know what? And also what you're saying, we could bring back black and proud. I'm trying to deter from pride, really. Even black and proud, for reasons I explained on my other channel, and I'm gonna go more in depth on because I have, so people don't get it twisted. Because I am looking at pride a little differently. But the Bible also says we are to be ye separate. There's no need for segregation. That's more forced. Whereas there's a difference between segregation and when it's a willful separation. When you choose, like some people think Chicago, I don't like when they always say how Chicago is a very segregated city and segregated. I look at Milwaukee more as being segregated. With Chicago, for a very long period of time, yeah, initially it may have been more about segregation, but people don't understand. A lot of the quote unquote black people in Chicago, they choose. I think in a city like Milwaukee, you really can't. You it's kind of like not to move to. I mean, it's still kind of like that in like there's Bridgeport areas, on the south side. That's like kind of like that line. But it is, believe it or not, there are a lot of our people in Chicago, they choose to live in these, because despite what y'all believe, there are some very nice, quote unquote, black neighborhoods in Chicago. I'm talking South and West Side even. And it is a thing of this is, I believe the community they choose to be in. Whereas I do think with some places it is a thing of where even if it's not written in stone or in law, but they know, I can't be here. No, let me not even try to get a place over here. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not, written in, yeah, that's the thing. Because it doesn't mean anything. If it's just a thing, of course I'm not for segregation because I don't want us to do things just because we're forced to. I want us to work with our own people because we want to. I don't want us to feel forced to. So, yeah. So thank you, though, for posting what you posted, Silky Slim, because I don't want people to get it twisted. That's just me talking out of frustration. I don't want people getting it twisted. Yeah, that's what I heard about Atlanta. You say you live in Atlanta, you're separate. Check out the Cascade area. I can go all month without seeing a white person if I don't want to. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that was one of the things that attracted me with Atlanta. I remember, now if I wasn't in my city, Chicago, Atlanta was one place that I really was thinking about considering living. It first started, well, Atlanta was getting this attention in the 90s, particularly with the hip hop artists and, when you think of So Def and, yeah, Jermaine Dupri, even though he wasn't really from Atlanta, and all that was happening. Eventually, Atlanta becoming the base of LaFace and everything, and all that was coming out of, and it's just this attention that was being brought to Atlanta in the 90s. It was one thing, though, that turned me off. It was so-called gang report on this gang doom. That turned me off. And, thinking of the early 80s Atlantic child murders. But I was very much attracted in the 90s. And it was a special because main thing, for one, it was getting focused and through hip hop and R&B. And then two, it was a special like on, was it 2020 or 60 Minutes? I think it was 60 Minutes. And, and understand I had never been to Atlanta that time. And they were talking about like this black middle class in Atlanta. And I remember they showed this family and showed every one of the family members had braces. And they were trying to, I was like, wow, I know, like, no big deal to y'all now. But back then I was a young adult. This was around, 95? And it just like had me like, wow, that just, and they were talking about how in the past, it would be the thing for blacks to, once they made a certain amount of money, to pull up and move to whiter neighborhoods, like in the suburbs, right? Yeah, that would be the thing. But they were saying, yeah, and they were showing these black families, and that just really, really attracted me, right? I was like, man, I was really thinking about going to Atlanta. But being I ain't had no money like that. and I was a young adult. But that attracted me big time. You know, I was already, I had my own apartment and stuff by that time. But I just, I felt like maybe I gotta have more money. Because I sure would have jumped on that. I sure would have jumped on that. Right. Exactly. That's why I'm telling you. And this ain't even just, I'm trying to deter from being prideful. And it ain't got nothing to do with having animosity against another group of people. Like I said in talking about hip hop and Eminem and us sharing music and the idea. The thing is, our people, we are very generous. We are very generous. But we can't keep sharing with people who don't know how to share. You share the culture with this hip hop, they want to dominate. Well, he's the greatest of all time. You can't share with people who don't know. Can't keep sharing with people who just don't know how to share. So, I mean, why are we even concerned with that? We got to first learn to share with each other again. We need to mend with our people, with Yahuda more specifically. And our Yahuda is not just in the United States, all right? But also, just across the diaspora, first and foremost. We can't call ourselves getting along with anybody. We got too many issues. We should not tolerate people putting down our brothers or our sisters. I totally disapprove of that with the Kevin Hart roast and them feeding into it and excusing it. There's a point. No, you're not going to talk about my sisters and you're not going to talk about my brothers. We got to stop this nonsense. We got to stop all this gender warring and putting all the business out there. It's showing the world how much we can't stand each other. Okay, we've addressed the Oprah thing. Okay, can we move on now? We've addressed the gangster rap. We've addressed the Oprah. Okay, can we move on and come back? That's what I was hoping with my channel, to debunk certain claims, and then people okay, maybe I was wrong about this. And then we'll come together. Okay, maybe I was wrong, and let's come together. That's what I was hoping. Love you too. Much love to you. I'm just tired of seeing us embarrass each other. And it's not so much about what they think. I don't care what they think. It's more about what they do. Because they're going to think what they think regardless. I'm seeing this like with this contestant Tiffany as Survivor. Now I'm going all around posting in her defense. But they're going to do what they do. They're going to think what they think. And they're going to do what they do. I'm just more about what they, as long as they don't do, they can dislike us all they want. That's how I'm more concerned how we seeing each other. Well, first and foremost, we need to be concerned with how the Most High see us. That's first and foremost over everything, But yeah, so I just, right. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. Is it really even sharing? Are we really sharing our culture? Or is it, I'm glad you said that. It ain't even really sharing. That's what the thing. When some of y'all want to make it like y'all just nice and colorblind, you're not really sharing. You're just selling out. You're absolutely right. It ain't even sharing. Okay, you just selling out. Like when I, take people in and do things, it really is a thing. I don't want to see anybody homeless. I really don't want to see anybody. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it is like some of these people come and try to come at me. Oh, you're racist. You face racism. These same people, let them see somebody homeless, like I said. Let them see somebody, whatever race, in a certain situation. They will step over them in a minute. A lot of y'all know it ain't about you being colorblind and you're just more nice and tolerable. What a crap. What a load of crap. What a load of crap. When your fellow man, no matter what race, actually needs you. See, I know. I used to do community, and volunteer work. I know what I'm talking about. Some of these very same people who want to act like they are, we are the world and color and race don't matter and all of that. And oh, please. Like you say, they ain't sharing, they selling out. Or they're hoping that they get some brownie points or something. It ain't even sincere. Because it means nothing. If you ain't sharing and you ain't showing that love to your own people, it don't mean diddly squat. Like they talking about the guy Joe on Survivor. He's so nice. He ain't even, he more concerned with how the public see him as a nice guy than even winning something for his own family. I can't respect that. It ain't about me being wrapped up. It's not about money. I'm like this. And why even get on such a show? I know I couldn't get on the show like that. Survivor. You on that show for a dang on reason. See, there are some people, they more concerned with how they seen. Yeah, I was thinking, I ain't even know it was like that. I'm thinking, because I didn't watch that Rose. I'm like, all I know this white guy said, why y'all taking it all out on Kevin Hart? I was actually, and it was my husband actually. He was like, oh, you didn't hear and see, you must not have seen and heard all that was said. So then my husband put me up. Now I still ain't listened to all of it. I was like, oh. Yeah, and even went as far as he said, yeah, all these black women, none of them got a name. What was the point of that? See, this is them saying, can I disrespect you and your women, castrate you even, basically call you a nigga, and can I get away? I'm the baddest nigga, and I will get away with it. This is a test. This is a test. See, but it's finna go from jokes. They're seeing where we stand. See, there was certain things back in the day, ain't no way we would have tolerated. It would have been just like on Malibu's Most Wanted. Remember when he was up there rapping and then he went too far, and then next thing you know, nowadays, I don't know. That's why I'm not even trying to hear. Y'all talking about Drake not like us. No. If you okay with Eminem, don't act like you got an issue with Drake. You know who I'm talking about. Kendrick. And I know it. See, now when I really look at the whole thing with that not like us, I think there was dual messages with that. Notice how they were dancing in the red, white, and blue. And they had Serena Williams dance, who happened to be in an interracial relationship. I mean, I know it shouldn't matter, right? I love Serena Williams. Don't get me wrong. Got Samuel Jackson, like he's what's the Uncle Sam? We want you. He's dressed up like Uncle Sam, recruiting for the military. They not like us. They not like, they trying to do, I'm telling you, they trying to do a even net Nia. They want you to be patriotic. The message is not what y'all think it is. I ain't no damn fool. I see through things. I see the multiple meanings. I see all the entendres. I see all the innuendos. I see all the layers. Like I said, as Unplugged would say, there are three to every song. There's like 3 layers. Okay, there's the meaning that the public wants you to think. There's the meaning that the artists believe, but then there's even deeper meaning. He uses one example is "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds." John Lennon, now the public would just think it's a song out of the Beatles' imagination, with John Lennon claiming that he was inspired by some artwork that his son did. But then there's the meaning that the artist may have, or some people may, oh, that's LSD. He's talking about acid. He's talking this is drug reference. But then there's an even lower level, an even more underlining meaning. Could Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, could that be representing Lucifer? You see what I'm saying? Right. Right. These celebrities, period. Not like us. They not like us. Have you not noticed? I'm telling you, you got to pick up. I'm a person who's taking up marketing and all that. You got to pick up the subliminal messages and a lot of this stuff. You got to understand color theory and coding and symbolism. I don't care about numerology, but you got to understand they do care about that. So you got to have a little understanding of some of this stuff. There have been a lot of these movies, and just with us, them, us. Have you not noticed that? This idea of us versus them, a movie called Us, a movie called Them. Y'all don't think that's a coincidence? They're trying to get you to what is us and what is them. And like I said, I believe that they're going to eventually shift things from the focus being white versus black to red versus blue. And they're going to, do you understand what I'm saying? I think that they're going to shift things, even with this whole Survivor. Now, I don't believe that the win was scripted, but they could definitely utilize this. Even though you had 2 white contestants who won, who are in the final 2, who got the 2 votes, Joe, and then you got Joe the biracial, who got no votes. But you had a white man, a white woman, and a biracial. The white man ended up losing to the white woman, who is seen as the underdog, right? I'm just saying, boy. I don't believe that was scripted. But see, Satan may script certain things out just to get us talking and get our attention. The white woman, Jonathan, the big alpha white guy, supposedly representing patriarch, he loses to the rabbit, loses to the tortoise. Who people feel she did nothing. She's they feel that this is a DEI win. This is a, yeah. So there are some people who are upset over this. Yeah, they're blaming the influence of Suri, the black juror. He's blaming, she's an underdog. And yeah. So even when you consider the unaliving of Alex Preddy and what was the woman's name, the white woman, they are trying to get us in a mentality also of feeling like you may have more in common, let's say, with that conservative Republican, or that, they want us to be in a whole different mindset now when it comes to us versus them. I think they're moving less towards black versus, it's less of a thing of black versus white, and it's going to be more of a thing of red versus blue under the guise of Republican versus Democrat. Under the, when I believe that red is really going to be under the guise of Christianity versus everything else, more specifically Protestant Christianity versus everything else. They're going to be using, it's crazy, they're going to be using quote unquote Christianity more to usher in, and it seems the mark of the beast system. I know that sounds like a contradiction. They're even trying to stir the whole Protestant versus Catholic thing by him going against the Pope. Is it a coincidence that you got this ethnic Pope? And understand, I'm not with the Catholic or the Protestant, of course not. But it's like they're trying to get you to see, like even in Alex Preddy and that woman, I can't think of her name, the one in Minnesota being taken out. Because you remember something like that happened to a white woman years ago. That would have, but they're trying to show that anybody who's not with us, do you understand what I'm saying? And they want our people to believe that we got more in common with, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that they are using that. Okay, like for instance, they've been trying to convince black men, for instance, that you got more in common with a conservative white man who is about the patriarchy and fatherhood, knowing that we are a spiritual people with values, for the most part, that could be seen as more traditional. So they're playing on that. You see, actually, once upon a time, more black men voted Republican, this and that. So they're harping on Democrat as representing all that goes against traditional family patriarchy. And don't get me wrong, it does in a sense. But what I believe, it's all a trick. It's all a trick. They're going to be using the red to when red is actually going to represent Edom, Esau, and blue is just going to represent controlled opposition. Don't be fooled by the blue either. They are going to be representing controlled opposition. Do you hear me now? And so they want us in a mindset, and that's why they're breaking us down. They're using these jokes and all that to see. They want us to be desensitized. They want us to, I think they're trying to even desensitize us to the concept of race. And I could say that that's a good thing, right? I could say that. And see, how else would they desensitize you? You know, using humor, using to the point where they can say you're an N-word and we won't feel nothing. Do you understand what I'm saying? To the point where, you know, they can just call us N-word, say you nappy-headed hoe, and we don't respond at all. Yes, it's also that. It's also that. They want, that's another thing too. That's why they're using this whole FBA thing. They don't want to, they want us to believe, it's like, for instance, as Black Americans, we got more in common with that quote unquote white American than that Nigerian. And some can say, well, we do culturally, but remember, we are still of Yasharel. It ain't just about geography and language and right, exactly. We voted and moved on. That's why I'm like, why is Tariq Nasheed? And I'm even seeing somebody who I'm subscribed to who's supposed to be a Bible representative. I even have some of his publications. I'm not going to say his name, but I'm noticing, and I noticed a post I left was removed. He's all of a sudden promoting Kevin Samuels at the same time talking against the Democratic Party. Okay, I understand if we were at the time of election, but why is he continuously harping on this? And at the same time, he's talking about women being held accountable. Like, oh, here we go with this. Stuff that he wasn't talking about really like that before. I understand now and then, you know, going to address women on things and as you would address men on things. I get it, but it's just something really peculiar because that's really becoming the focus. So that's what I'm saying. It's this whole, not just black versus white, red versus blue, men versus women, Democrat versus Republican, this yin versus yang. You see what I'm saying? And making you feel like you need to choose a side when it's really they're all working in cahoots for the same wicked agenda. And through this, you know, it's really going to, the goal is really to get everybody on the same page where we don't look at gender. We don't look at, and that's ridiculous. You understand? But they got to desensitize you. They got to, you know, first make you think you got to choose a side or or get us to the point where we're so desensitized. So this whole thing, we're being tested. So what are they going to do next? Pretty soon you're going to have a situation where they may end up a black life being taken, and we're not going to be responding the manner that we responded with Trayvon Martin. We're going to be just like them, how they were doing, justifying it. Well, he shouldn't have did this. He should have listened to authority. You understand? Oh, it's so clear now. It is so clear. Oh my gosh. It is so obvious. It is so obvious. Oh, what I mean, they still repping you. Hold on, let me go back. I hear in the UK, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you got those, I guess, who were of more direct West Indies descent. And they having issues with quote unquote black people who are more directly from Nigeria, in the UK. So it ain't just in the United States, apparently, with these little. I mean, I'm not saying that we should not acknowledge our differences. I want us to acknowledge. I want us to know that not all quote unquote black people are Hamitic. I want us to know. I think, you know, we can respect each other more if we know our differences. But the way that they're doing this, you know, and it's antagonizing and making you feel like we're in this battle or something. Who's the best? Whether they're using hip hop, whether you're using music, culture, who's cooler, who's more likely to beat to coon, who's more likely to, the way that is definitely, it's very obvious with the whole FBA agenda. They don't do, you notice, but I doubt that Tariq Nasheed will even talk about Rob Bass passing away. They don't do nothing in this promotion. Even with Dwan B, I thought I respected him years ago, seeing him speak against Eminem and call. But it's all about almost, I hate to say it, like a cockfight. I mean, for real. It's like, and it's getting tired. It's not fun. The discussion is not fun. Not fun at all. It's just, it's not entertaining. It's just, I did this. And don't get me wrong, I can get caught up in that pride a little too, like with me feeling to prove a point on Michael Jackson versus Bob Fosse. We all may get a little caught up with that, but yeah, it's like that's all that it is now. Like, just trying so hard to prove that, this didn't originate with Jamaicans. This didn't originate. Like, oh my gosh. It's like really not fun. I be wanting to reminisce, and that's be wanting a conversation where reminiscing and sharing history and all of that. But notice, like, they're not giving these so-called FBAs. They're not talking about the greatness of Black Americans, or you would think, because even I'm gonna say this, as much as I like, even like with the one mulatto channel, I ain't talking about the one. I'll just say not the crazy one, but at least they try to do a little history thing every now and then, even if I don't agree with a lot, the antagonizing of our people. But at least they try to, okay, well, shout out to so and so. It's their birthday. This person in history, and you don't see none of that with the FBA. They ain't even trying, even as a token mention. None of that. So it's not about promotion of Black Americans. That it's not about. That's not even a focus. You go over there right now. I guarantee you, if I type in right now with the FBA, you better believe it's all about the roasting. It's all about the verses. The verses. Who's better than who? What I mean is that white people globally are still repping Europe. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. And European Anglo Caucasian ancestry, and are trying to mobilize in global. Yeah. I know what you're saying. They try to get us to ignore this and that, but they getting bolder and bolder. They see, that's the thing, and this is the thing I noticed too. Black folks scared to speak their mind. Where like, remember, okay, see, they've hit us so much with this, stop playing the race card, stop playing the race card, stop playing victim. So now you got Black folks, they're falling back. They're trying to avoid, when they know, like, for instance, with the Survivor and Tiffany, and why Tiffany before Aubrey. Yeah, he said it was about being a girl, but we know it's also, we know deep down, race be having something to do with that. But yeah, it's like we're afraid. I see that there are people who are afraid to mention race, because they're so scared of being accused of playing the race card, or they don't want to be taunted as playing victim. All the while, they getting bolder and bolder. While they trying to convince us that, yeah, I noticed. Like somebody like with the Tiffany, she's a beautiful Black queen. They always comment in the comments, what does her color got to do with it? What does race have to do with it? What is it, They don't even want us acknowledging Blackness, So like I said, it's not about melanin. You understand? But they don't even want us acknowledging. They really don't want to be reminded of that. However, so they're getting us to the point where you got Black folks, actually, quote unquote Black folks, actually, where they're, see, like I said, with me and saying that I don't think we should refer to ourselves as Black any longer, it is not for these reasons. Trust me, I want to boldly shout in their faces, I'm Black and I'm proud. You understand? It's a spiritual thing with me. Do you understand? It's a thing of what would Yahushua do? Do you understand? What would Yahushua think? What would Yahuwah think? That's what it's about with me. And me being understanding what we refer to ourselves as. But yeah, they want us. So you got, quote unquote, black people shrinking, where they're afraid of being called taunted as playing victim or playing the race card, right? But all the while, oh, they're just saying it. They just saying, like I looked with Survivor, because Sharia is black, and they're just being bold. But then if we dare say, even if we just say, oh wow, she's a beautiful black queen. What does black got to do with it? What does that got to do with anything? So yeah, they want us to be so they're doing this with the joke, and they want us to be desensitized to the point where we're gonna be like, just straight up responding, but all the while. But honestly, I do think, y'all may not believe me, but being that I know that it really isn't about black versus white, and I understand a little more with Edom, and I know that Esau was not originally even white. He was not originally white. I know that it's not really a race thing. They just knew that they could play on that. I think that Esau does want black and white people to be desensitized to the idea of race, because this is all about, now if Yah has a chosen people, then that he worked through, then Satan may also have chosen. And I'm not saying all of those who happen to be of Edomite descent. I'm talking about the power structure that is Edom, that has became Edom. But of course, it's really about Satan, the devil, just using different groups of people, more specifically Esau, Edom, and what became Edom, what became established as Edom. And that goes back to even before the time of Rome. But yeah, I do think, because being that Lucifer wants to be worshipped, so yeah, it's just for a certain amount of centuries they used the black versus white, but they realized at that time is, like I said, I think they're going to make it more about red versus blue. And the thing is, what is red really going to represent? I think they're going to make you believe that red represents tradition, Christianity, Protestant Christianity. They're going to have you believing that patriotism, traditional family, conservative view, they're going to have you believing that, when it's actually going to represent Edom, Esau, which is actually going to represent the beast system. Whereas blue, don't think that's the good side now. Don't get it twisted. Blue is supposed to represent all that goes against tradition, family, old school thinking, but it's really going to be representing controlled opposition. All working for the same team. Blue is going to be the controlled opposition. That's my theory. Now, that's just a theory. I think that they're going to be with all people, this idea of red versus blue being something symbolic. And I ain't just talking Democrat, Republican. It's all the yin versus yang. Yeah. How you doing, Antoine? Always joking. Yeah, that's just, but let me, because I know these are so drawn out. Oh yeah, thanks for pointing this out as well. Yeah, it's just, I know that I was talking about that with Briggs, and it's no coincidence. Yeah, and it's very obvious. See, we gotta understand, with West Africa, the alliance in West Africa, it's not just about these being Africans or even just being black, but it's about Sheryl. I believe this is something. Now, yeah, we know that some of these nations, like part of the Sahel Alliance, being led by Islamic or those who, leaders. And so understand, I'm not advocating for Islamic leadership. That's not what neither am I for quote unquote Christian leadership. So I can't trust, even with the whole thing with BRICS, Even though I know that that is a threat, I think the Most High is going to be using these different sides. You know, yeah. Even like when like what is Gog and Magog? What does that exactly represent? So perhaps if that represents Russia being Gog and Magog, those more initially Mongoloid empires like China, Korea, yeah, Magog, um, yeah, that might be what is used in their alliances, like with BRICS and stuff, to dismantle Western world supremacy, which is really the dismantling of what we believe to be white supremacy. I don't think whatever plans that they have this time around, I don't think they're going to be really successful, even with them underestimating Iran. That's just my opinion. I don't think they're going to be that successful with what they're planning on doing. I think they're underestimating. And actually, Mr. Trump, he is actually going to be the one perhaps leading to the downfall of Western world and what we know as white supremacy. The one who they believe is making everything great again for, just like somebody like a Just Pearly Things who may seem that she's an advocate for white men when actually, and with all the confusion she's causing, going against now she's going against conservative women, saying it's better to be left. Yeah, she's actually contributing to white men not building, not being responsible, blaming women for everything. The same thing that they claim that the Democratic Party do to our people. Well, that's what they're doing, like with the Republican Party and all of that rhetoric. That's what's happening. White men ain't building nothing. They ain't, definitely not white men of the Western world. Like when we talk white American, they are not building nothing. And if nothing has been passed down, that generational wealth, all of that from the GI Bill, from the, redlining, all those extra perks that they had as white people, that's pretty much dried up. That's pretty much dried up. The time of white privilege is over. So if they're just sitting, that's real messed up for them. Blaming women, blaming DEI. They are crying more than anybody. They ain't been building nothing. But some of these, sad to say, you got some sisters who still see them as the dominant. I'm like, are you kidding me? I think white men have been weaker. The way even with the reactions with the survivor, you got this big guy. They're talking about Sari bullied the jury. I'm like, I'm seeing these grown white men talking about being bullied by an older black woman or the jury bullying. They are just giving away power. Like they talk like they're just so that's messed up. I be trying to warn them. No, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, they were really paying attention. But I don't do these live streams for them. That's me talking about. But if they were really listening to me, they would, instead of taking offense, consider what I'm saying. Well, yeah, we could go into that. But I'm just saying, at least there was, yeah. But all they doing is crying about how white men are targeted. I'm like, whoa, it's easy to take y'all down with this kind of mentality. This is the state of mind y'all in. At least but and then actually this is that false pride, but it's, that they're being led by the Donald Trump pride before the fall. Pride. See, this false sense of pride, it's really about insecurities. And I don't think, see, Trump is giving a visage of being badass. It's just a visage. It's just to make them, oh, I'm going to fire. It's a visage. He do these little things. But I don't think they're going to be successful with what they're planning. Not this time. Not this time. Certain things were allowed, especially as we were fulfilling our time. I believe that time of the Gentiles may have been fulfilled, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, and that was a long period. That was a long. Now, how long it took them to come up from the Dark Ages? That was a long period. If Rome, yeah, and actually, it was those barbarians who sacked Rome, Esau's system. But we're finna see a major conflict, I believe. But yeah, I've been talking so much. Oh, goodness. I didn't realize this was on the screen, me just sitting back talking. I've been talking so much, as usual. Oh, boy. I get all over the place. This is messed up with Jermaine Jackson, I'm hearing. But, it's hard for me, because I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that they allowed this with this movie. I'm disappointed how they allowed their father to be depicted versus John Bronca. I'm kind of disappointed in the siblings. See, they tricked us. They made us think it was a family thing. Made us think, oh, it's Jermaine Jackson's son. The family supports it. We can trust it. We can trust the Jackson movie. Yeah, they allowed they dad to be depicted like that, probably thinking they ain't no executive producers. They probably getting crumbs. And you see, now all of a sudden you got this on Jermaine Jackson. They gonna make sure. They gonna keep making money off the Jackson family. And they gonna, and once Catherine Jackson, who's the only family member supposedly written in Michael's will, once she passes, I'm telling you, they gonna everything. They already have pretty much diluted out Judah from the, and I'm not mad at the grandchildren. I'm not taking it out on them. That is not true. Not true. I have heard them in interviews. Tito, Michael even. They didn't just see their dad as this one-dimensional evil person like that. That's not true. They just went on and went along with it. So I want to defend Jermaine Jackson, but you know what? I'm not gonna come up in here as I've done with Michael Jackson and no, I'm not. I'm very disappointed that they allowed that. Who is making money from this? I'm at a point I don't even want to hear Michael Jackson songs. Is that like with everything Michael Jackson? It's like who's making money? I know deep down it is the Johns who control their state. The very same people who I suspect may have had something to do with his passing, and to know that they're making money. I'm very disappointed. LaToya, I showed you what LaToya said on John Bronca. So why y'all were totally okay with that? And then didn't even have no mention of you, Reby or Janet. But hey, I know they probably glad. Very disappointed. I expect more from Jermaine. See, no. See, this is what I don't like, and I don't like y'all doing these little skits. I love my brother from Chicago. Yeah. Oh gosh, forgetting names again. Fishbone, forgetting names again. I heard he left Chicago, but I get it. But I don't like these little comedic skits on Joe Jack. We already had to endure that with the Ike Turner jokes. And I'm not defending Ike Turner being abused. I'm not. I'm just saying. We laughed at, I guess Ike Turner is the face of abusive men, abusing women. Just like how Chris Rock became, Chris Brown, damn it. Yeah, but now I'm like, okay, I'm tired of our people being the face and the primary example of abuse. And, I'm getting tired of that. And, and a lot of people thought the Ike Turner jokes, that was all cool. And he even played along with it, like on Mad TV and stuff. But come on, I'm sorry, because to me, it's like, it's making mockery also of Black fatherhood. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. Trust me, I've been in social media for years. We've all sat and talked about the things we disagreed with on Joe Jackson. I don't like how this is now. I don't. Skin bone, yeah. That's a fishbone. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with my mind and names and oh goodness. I was just the other day with my grandchild and daughter, Tasha, goodness, I'm losing it. What? Stevie Wonder cousin? I don't know about that. Never heard that one. I don't know. Deborah Wilson. Yeah, I guess. I didn't like. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't like the little making fun of Whitney Houston. I got a sister humor. Yeah, she was good with the puppy. I didn't like that, and I feel like the timing. They definitely made fun of Whitney Houston after she went to Israel. They never wanted her and Bobby to be together. And white men felt Whitney Houston belonged to them. So I don't know. I just didn't feed into all the Whitney. Even with Paul, as much as I love Paul Moody, I didn't like when he told the little crackhead joke towards Whitney. I didn't like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm too sensitive, but I don't like that. There's certain things like I don't like that. Rest in peace, Sister Whitney. I'm getting tired of it. I'm tired of us being the face of drug addicts and we being the primary examples. Diddy is a metaphor. And I never cared for P. Diddy, okay? Unlike certain other people, I never cared for P. Diddy. But at the same time, why is it when it's one of quote unquote our people doing something, we become the ultimate metaphor for something that's disgusting or nasty? Now you're hearing Diddy is synonymous with Bill Cosby. I'm getting tired of this. But I got to look at our people though. Even the ones who are not exactly guilty of what they were accused of. The fact you still want to associate. I don't think that Bill Cosby drugged women, but you're still hanging out at Playboy Mansion, still cheating, And so you're making me mad now, because now I'm at a point, like with Kanye, you remember I'd come up in here, do videos, defending him, and then it was a certain point, then I'm seeing him on the red carpet with his new woman, and she straight bucket naked. I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with, don't expect me ever again to defend Kanye. I'm done. You're on stage with Marilyn Manson. I'm done. Because this is where I get to a point where I'm muling. Because even with Kevin Hart, I'm like, well, why everybody jumping on Kevin Hart? Why everybody? But you know who I will defend? You know who I'm going You know who I am going to defend? And I'm going to leave on this. I'm going to defend Umar Johnson. Even though he may be a plant too. I'm going to defend because he's saying what I'm feeling on certain things, like Michael Jackson stuff. I'm going to defend Umar Johnson, who may be a plant himself. I'm going to defend. I don't care. I'm going to defend. Umar Johnson, what he's saying ain't hurt nobody. Okay? I didn't donate to the school. I didn't lose no money to him. Okay? For all we know, he could have been sabotaged like Marcus Garvey. You don't know. He probably had good intentions. I'm going to defend Umar Johnson. I'm going to defend Brother Umar. Leave him alone. Damn. Leave Umar alone. Gosh. I ain't defend. I'm just, this is to get attention. Oh boy. If I'm a plant, well, I suck. Shit. A plant that can't keep a damn channel for shit. A plant that can't hardly get influence. Shoot. Nah, I'm gonna become a vegetable up in here for real. But nah. Right, exactly. You don't hear people saying, oh, they spectered this person. No. Bill Cosby, Diddy. I'm getting tired of this. I'm getting tired. But and then every time I look up, my husband just telling me yesterday with Jermaine Jackson. I'm like, oh gosh, I'm about to pass out. I'm about to faint. Who is it gonna be next week? Please, Stevie Wonder, stay. He in Ghana right now, right? And then it'll be somebody from years ago, Smokey Robinson. What? Back in 1975, Smokey Robinson. Who is gonna be next? Like, I'm getting tired of this. Like, they're gonna be Lola Falana back in 1964 when she did that. Like, damn, what the hell? Somebody said, Lola Falana, I think I'll be Red Fox grabbed somebody booty back in 1967. This is ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. When has a white woman ever been afraid to report a black man? Nah, I don't like that. See, I can't say she's not talented, but I just, she's one of those kind of weird black people. I ain't saying she's not talented. She one of them types. You know she got a white husband, probably. I know I'm wrong. It ain't just about that, though. It ain't like, I love Serena Williams. Don't get me wrong. Of course, but that's who they. But no, I don't believe that Cosby did anything like that. But I kind of wonder. I always now wonder could Hugh Hefner himself been some sort of CIA plant? He was so open to free speech and giving black people even a voice in Playboy magazine, and I don't know. It's just when you really look at the thing, how everything fell into place with Playboy magazine and the sexual revolution and integration, and it kind of make you wonder, why did he have all these cameras in his home? And it makes me wonder, when I used to really just think he was a liberal, guy, got a sexual appetite, misogynist, not someone who was marriage material. But I always thought that other than that, Hugh Hefner was cool. But I kind of question, could he have been like some sort of plant, some sort of, I don't know. Was he really just an entrepreneur? Or and he happened to get Marilyn Monroe's photo, to have her, photos. Yeah, because some people question, could Marilyn Monroe been like one of the earlier MK Ultra victims in Hollywood? But it's just the way that everything fell in place, Kinsey report, everything. When you really look into the history of the sexual revolution, it's just the way things fell in place. Oh, they got this special also, ironically, on Netflix. What is it? The booze and that built America and all that, It's very, very interesting. Oh, I ain't gonna lie. The story with the Jack Daniels. It's just nobody questioning that right after they got the formula down for the Jack Daniels whiskey, the black man who was behind it, he just dies. Nobody questioning that. Nobody, nobody, I don't know. Right, man. Somebody said that. Who's the famous person who said that, everything's like pretty much in history is pretty much a big stage or a big lie? Because it does make me wonder, Playboy now, it was based initially in Chicago and the Gentleman's Club, and Hugh Hefner did not discriminate. I think they knew what they were doing, in a sense, and enticing. Right around the time, the end of the Civil Rights era, no one, black folks couldn't wait to jump in bed with. I think these things, I think it's not a coincidence. Hugh Hefner was able to interview people like Malcolm X, and he was very open-minded. And it just makes me wonder, like, especially when I learned that he had all these cameras and stuff. Now, it could have just been he's a freaky man, but you never know. You never know. And I think somebody, was he somebody, like, I remember Sister Radical, like, we talk about the feminist movement and certain feminists like Gloria Steinem, Betty Friedan and stuff, having their influence over black people, supposedly black women, even though it wasn't in mass like the way that people are. But she had pointed out, the Sister Radical, she made a really good point Like when you think about on the side of men, like with the James Bond films. And when did those films become popular with Sean Connery? Those, this idea of being this playboy agent, never married, all these women. I watched that Flintstone 8 episode with James Bond Rock. And it's no coincidence, a lot of this stuff around the time of the beginning of the sexual revolution and these things feeding into culture, these ideas, a lot. And when you really look, a lot after World War II. Well, there's always been nudity, but it was illegal. It was underground, stag reels, and all that stuff. It's illegal. It was underground. You find out a lot of things in history. It wasn't just coincidence the way that they happened and in a certain order. You know. Oh, they are. Oh, they're already doing that with Diana Ross. They're already doing that. They already are doing that with Diana Ross, claiming she slept with Michael. This is something we just cannot totally prove. We can only suspect. But all it has to do is be, it could have happened. But all that's needed is an accusation. Look at this, all this attention with the dude from Boys to Men. Why is it that it just gets so much attention when it's one of us? We can mention, like I tried to bring attention to dude from Guns N' Roses, Axl Rose. Goes nowhere. Even though Guns N' Roses just as big as Boys to Men. Nobody said, but it's always, and when it's only when it's something negative, that we get all the attention in the world. We become the face, the name, we become a tagline for, we become a metaphor. Our names become metaphors with pedophilia and all of that. Drugging people, Bill Cosby, the Diddy files. And shoot, I'm hearing Diddy being associated with freaky stuff more than Epstein. Think about it. He's Diddler and all that stuff. Oh man, Jeannie Burlesque is cool though. Deborah Wilson, also I think of her commentary, like in I Love the 80s, and she would just say some stuff, just like, what was her Lonnie Love? I didn't like her that's what I was looking at too, the commentary like they would give in certain things. Yeah, but it's gonna get the spotlight more than anything. How come the whole thing with the Woody Allen that didn't get? They've even had a special. It still don't get that spotlight like that. I'm sorry. It's just never going to really. People just brush it over. Nobody talks on Woody Allen, and it. They will give him an honorary lifetime achievement award. Nobody. It's like they will not make him synonymous with PDF like that. Or we could talk about Kevin Spacey. Let me see. Let me type in Kevin Spacey name. Let's see. Let's do a test. Let's do. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I just wanted to see what would be the first things that come up. Okay, all right. In all fairness, I am seeing. In all fairness, okay. He claims he's homeless 8 years. Oh, really? This is 6 months ago. So are we supposed to pity him or what? And that's the thing. Either that or they just let him disappear. They just let him like the dude from Seventh Heaven. Y'all do know about Rob Lowe. I remember. I was younger. I was like a teenager when this happened. Rob Lowe was with a 13. You remember? Oh, nobody remember that, do you? Rob Lowe is narrating things. Let's not go there. I remember with Rob Lowe. But we don't associate Rob Lowe. When he like with a 13-year-old girl in a videotape, we don't associate Rob Lowe with this, do we? So if I type in Rob Lowe, yeah, it made, headlines back then. So yeah, white celebrities were more likely to be talked about because white celebrities, they were, you didn't have nearly as many black celebrities getting as much attention, period. But yet and still, they didn't become like these total metaphors. Yeah, he's still doing movies. Yeah, he's still, but I can take, I remember all these scandals. He still, when it boiled down to it, whenever they talk about Rob Lowe, whether it was on I Love the 80s or whatever, this is not mentioned. But I remember all of this because my mama used to watch. She used to watch all this stuff. Hold on. Oh, I gotta get out of
Yes, Rob Lowe concerned his sexual encounter last summer in Atlanta with at least 2 women, one of them allegedly a 16-year-old minor. That minor...
Oh, 16. I thought, wait a minute. I thought it was 13. Certain things you remember more specifically.
Is Jan Parsons. She went to high school here outside Atlanta until she dropped out last year. Classmates here at Lassiter High School say that Jan told them about her wild night with Rob Lowe right after it happened, and that she also discussed a sex tape they made.
It was going around, everybody was like, yeah, Jan said that she met Rob Lowe.
Now, yeah, things were seen differently then, but regardless. Look, I am shocked by their hair. You see, it's not, you notice how the conversation is different. How did they meet? How old was he? He's a full-grown man. 16 years old, calling it sex. Everything screams cover up. Hollywood really is just, yeah, see, one person speaking some sense. But, now I understand things were seen kind of differently. See, the scandal was more about the sex tape. That was more of the scandal.
And all this other stuff, and she talked about it a lot. I just remember hearing about how she was...
Oh, it's more with Axl Rose is accusation. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know if it's true, but the woman and what she claimed. Oh, you remember I did a video on my other channel, Demi Moore. Oh, years ago with my other channel. That's when they started coming at me. Around that time, Demi Moore. Oh gosh, what was it? Okay, can I find that? This was so weird. This was so weird.
Was and is and always will be pedophilia.
Okay, one more time.
Oh, she was grown. She looked young, but she was fully grown. She was fully grown. Let's not go into it. Let's not go into, come on. Let's not go into it. Yeah, Rob had 2 girls. Let's not go into it. And you could clearly see this is a child and she kissing this boy over and over again. Looking high as hell.
If you think it's for the quick publicity, you're out of your mind.
Absolutely, because he's one of my most favorite people ever. He's one of my most favorite people.
Yeah, that's yuck. That's yuck. I did a video on that some years back, but it came in my channel. Oh, Charlie Sheen. Oh, goodness. See, I'm old enough. My mom used to get them tabloids and all that stuff and watch Entertainment Tonight and Access Hollywood. And, I'm old enough to remember all of that. All of that. What was really crazy, dude, from Seventh Heaven, he was playing the preacher father. That was crazy. And ew, he was on, oh my gosh. That was just disgusting. The thing is with the guy that see what y'all gotta understand, and I'm not trying to make excuses with Wanye Moore, that was a public like relationship because society was it wasn't like it was something sneaky. They were publicly like a couple because it was seen as him being, because back then, and I'm not saying that necessarily makes it right. What I'm saying is if it's not seen as or taught as necessarily wrong, like it was kind of seen like, okay, he's 21 years old or whatever, but he's like courting her. He has the permission of her parents. And also, I think also the fact that I think the reason people looked at it different because they were promoted like as a boy band. It's just like, okay, if like for instance, Ralph Tresvant, New Edition, when they came out with Can You Stand the Rain, I was in high school. I was a teenager. I thought they were also, still young. Yeah, but come to find out, they were definitely over 21 years old with Can You Stand the Rain. But let's say if they would have dated like one of us in high school, it would not have been seen as, do you understand what I'm saying? Especially if everybody knew about it, parents knew about it. It was seen as, and I'm not saying that, yeah, there are things that need to be in black and white, but we cannot, considering the time. Like, for instance, if you notice, even like with the Rob Lowe thing, they weren't looking at it as they were looking at more, this tape that nobody knew about it. Like it was something that was unknown, something, you understand what I'm saying? And in the case of Rob Lowe, he was definitely over 21 by that time. Because that was 1989. By that time, Rob Lowe was definitely well into his 20s. Oh yeah, the dude from Nicki's, who was it? From Motley Crue, he was bragging about, oh yeah, like the way he talked about, he knocked her out. Like she was crazy. And it didn't sound like he was saying it just in self-defense, but he just talked about knocking out Vanity, aka Denise Matthews, like it wasn't no thing. Like it wasn't no thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad now that people are looking at 16-year-old as a child. I'm actually glad. However, I'm saying the way that they're trying to, I wouldn't automatically just, Wanye Morris is a pedo. I wouldn't just automatically do that. That was an open relationship. It was public. It was because it was seen differently. Like with him being 21, her being or whatever, having the permission of the parents. I'm glad though that people are zero tolerance, and I'm glad that people are now seeing that as, you understand, 16-year-old as a child, because we never know. Who knows? 10 years down the line, they could be saying that 18, that's still a teenager. Who knows? Things could change where the age of it could like change to like, let's say 20 years old. And whereas now 18 and 19 still, because in my opinion, 18, 19 years old is still a child. That's my opinion. I think of myself, even though I thought I knew everything, I realized I was really stupid. I was very naive. I thought I knew everything. I thought I was very mature at 16, wanting to be with, someone, thinking that but I realized I was very naive. Yeah, now I haven't read the book myself. I haven't. So obviously there's more that Brandy is saying. But you understand that was public. For one, Boys to Men, they can't, being that they call themselves boys, they kind of dressed like school boys. And it was a public thing, had the consent of the parents, or at least that's how it seemed. So we have to also consider cultural norms for the time. But however, we did what now, why was it seen differently though with R. Kelly and Aaliyah? I think, yeah, because R. Kelly was not just 21. I think once you get like 24 or something, I don't know if that was it. He was definitely over like 25, I believe. Why did we see it differently with, and I don't know, she just crossed that. But even with that, I remember there was still more people, they were looking at Aaliyah as being fast. But why was it looked at so differently though with, yeah, it still was looked at differently because it just wasn't, for one, people didn't know they were in a relationship. That's a really interesting, maybe because R. Kelly's age. Oh yeah, and also I think I guess he came off as older than Wanye. Maybe he came off the songs that he made were mature. Don't get me wrong, Boys II Men songs weren't all that innocent. And this, I remember, but they were mostly known for like, End of the Road, and they were seen more kind of like a boy band, kind of like New Edition. Whereas R. Kelly, even with Public Announcement, Give Me That Honey Love, perceived more as a fully grown man. Yet the react still though, and also it was a thing that it was a sneaky thing. Also, I think we had initially heard she was 15. I don't know, something about that like they saw 16, like with the whole Sweet 16, like almost like you. Because even when you look at movies, like 16 Candles, even if the actress is actually 20 years old, well, Molly Ringwald was a teenager. But even with these movies, we got to think about it, where they got kids and they're, I don't think kids should be shown grown. Like, I mean, we know that teenagers are having sex and all that, but when you really think about it, a movie like 16 Candles, even like with The Breakfast Club, even though Molly Ringwald said that, and she was still a teenager when that movie came out, she said that wasn't her, that little scene where they show in between her legs and stuff, but she said that wasn't her, that was like a body double. But just the fact that, teenagers in these movies, like I like the Blood and Water series, South African series on Netflix, but the problem I do have with it, even though all of the actors, I believe, are over 18 or over, but the problem I have with it, just showing, I don't like all the sexual stuff. They got a pansexual, even just the fact that they're depicting teenagers, even if they're just depicting teenagers, I think they need to stop with that. People say, well, then that's unrealistic because teenagers are having sex. Still, though, I think they need to stop with that. Even if now they know to not actually have teenagers in a movie, have, 18-year-olds who look like teenagers maybe, and that is technically still a teenager. Oh, goodness. I got that song in a mix, Fatback Man. What you know about that? I like the girl. Oh, let's not even go into Brooke Shields. And goodness, she was. I remember I was a little child. She was in movies. Look, the Blue Lagoon. She was. Oh my gosh! Like I said, Pretty Babe. It was like my mother, because I think it was my mom's first time. And I just happened to be, and I caught that scene, and my mother had to cover up and explain it to me, even though I shouldn't have been around watching. Period. But that's not my fault though. Oh my gosh, Brooke Shields. Y'all don't know. She used to be. And the thing is, she always supported her mother. I do believe that nothing happened to her younger. Sad to say, I saw a biography later in her adult life, something did horrible happen to her. But the time that her mom was alive and with her, and she always defended her mama, but her mama was having her do anything. See, her and her mama, they had a friendship that they were like these friends, and that's not cool. Oh yeah, I remember Endless Love. I remember that. What's the actress name? I remember that. Oh wait, but that was Brooke Shields too. There's another one I'm thinking of with the actress with the thick eyebrows like Brooke Shields, but it wasn't Brooke Shields. It's something else I'm thinking of. I'm getting confused. But a lot of stuff, you look at Taxi Driver, little Jodie Foster. It's no surprise that Jodie Foster is of the XYZ. No surprise. And it was that film, those were one of the films that got parents to kind of crack down on children, in television and film. That's what kind of caused them around the 70s and stuff to kind of crack down on that. Because that character in Taxi Driver, but I can't believe even in the 90s, they had a version of Lolita. I can't believe that. But even with, like movies like Alicia Silverstone, The Crush, and you remember, since we want to talk about, remember dude Steven Tyler, Aerosmith. He had his daughter, his own daughter, Liv Tyler, with Alicia Silverstone. Nobody talks about this in that crazy video. Y'all remember Aerosmith? Crazy. Alicia Silverstone from The Crush. And y'all remember when you think of that movie. This was his daughter. They both were teenagers. This is 1993. That's what I'm saying. It was seen differently. But yeah, even back then, I was like, this is foul. Back then, I was like, this is wrong. Look at, wait, I feel bad at showing that. Liv Tyler, they were both teenagers. They were not 18 doing this video. Nobody's going to talk about that. I bet you nobody in the comment is pointing this out. Now, even back then, I was like, this is wrong. But this used to play on MTV like it wasn't no thing. Look at them with the poles. This used to play on MTV like it wasn't no thing back in 93. Look at people just leaving in the comments. Oh, wow, I love Alicia Silverstone, Liv Tyler, my childhood crushes. Somebody, wait, what they say? In fact, it was Donald Trump who reportedly suggested that Steven Tyler include his 16-year-old daughter, Liv Tyler, in a poll. I don't know. I never heard that. That's crazy if true. This used to play all the time on MTV. They literally, on a strip club, this used to play all the time. Even, hold on. I was a young adult. I had my own apartment at this time. But even back then, I knew that this was whack. This was foul. I didn't even see this the same as with, even though they were 16, I saw this as very bad. And it was just also the fact that that's your daughter. That's crazy. Another inappropriate. Sorry, but Madonna, this is inappropriate. Now, I was still a kid around the same age as this kid when this came out. So she's dancing, supposedly doing a little striptease in front of a little boy. I'm sorry, inappropriate. Oh, how cute. So, yeah. And I think about it, actually, my generation and before, we were actually way more, kind of more exposed. We had more freedom to go outside. I think all the games and stuff, hide and freak, hide and seek, hide and go get it, all the stuff that, you know, you could have easily went to some friend's house and something that could lead to teen pregnancy. Actually, we were way more, it's great that we were going outside, but when I really think about it, we were way more vulnerable back then. Way more vulnerable back then. A lot of stuff. I mean, it's so many things I could, you know, point out as inappropriate. Like, hold on. Here's another. I talked about this before. Because somebody I did in response to the Meek Mill's video. It was Meek Mill. Yeah, I mean, the Meek Mill, everybody was talking about with the bus thing. And I couldn't believe there was a black woman saying, oh, white men would never do this with their women. I'm like, say what? Talking about only in hip hop do you see this exploit. I was like, y'all must be young. Y'all must not know. I recall with heavy metal and slippery when wet. Y'all must be young. Because if you think that is alive, you think this is just something they do in hip hop. But yeah, it's also a thing of us, you know, following the Gentiles too. This is, you know, I was like a kid, like maybe 12 years, 11, 12 when this came out. Hot for Teacher, Van Halen. So next thing you know, I guess this is a little schoolboy fantasy. The teacher stripping for him. Now, who knows? Maybe they had grown people acting in the audience as kids. I don't know. So, like a little boy fantasy of the teacher start getting up and stripping. Those kids. Those are kids. Look, you see the kids down there? These are kids. While she's stripping, these are kids. I got it made. I'm Hot for Teacher. Do you know the stuff they used to? This is the 80s, y'all. This is the conservative 80s. This is the so-called conservative. This is the stuff before you had the hip-hop videos and all the, you know, the video vixens of hip-hop. You best, man. See, I'm old enough. Girls. Motley Crue, but at least they were all grown. At least they were all adults. That's why I had to make a video. I don't know if I still got the video to re-upload. But I had to make a video like, wait a minute. Y'all, I'm old enough to remember. This was before rap and hip hop became dominant on, you know, like MTV. These are songs, and they would play this after, they would play this on MTV. This is what MTV was playing, especially around the mid 80s. The mid 80s, when the heavy metal really was dominant. This is when they claim it was fun. You gotta understand, this is before Nirvana. This is before grunge, before all the depressing stuff. This is the stuff that they claim they miss. You know, this is the stuff that when they whine about, you know, how metal used to be fun and before grunge and alternative, and because this is the stuff, all of this stuff. Now, at least we can say that they were all adults, but they used to just play that on MTV like it ain't wasn't no thing. Yeah, the original, I'm telling you, Pam Anderson and them, they were like the original, some of the original, and Tony Katane. Before you had Esther Baxter and who else? Buffy, the Body, all these other people in these videos now. Before you had all of them, before even, oh gosh, I can't think of names. Before Darlene Ortiz, you had Tony Katane, okay? The redhead who was in Bachelor Party. She's like, she gonna say, well, it wasn't like I was shaking my booty. So it's still, you doing flips on the car, flips with a skirt on, nipple partially showing. How's it any, I guess that's more tasteful because you're doing cartwheel. How is it any more tasteful? In lingerie, you're in videos with lingerie. Oh, I guess because dude from White Snake, I guess because she was involved with him. That makes it different. Okay. You say so. But the thing is, I'm not trying to promote it. I'm not trying to give our people a slide, because the bottom line is, we thinking that we could do what they do and get away with it. And, yeah. And there was another one too. Yeah, but before that, yeah, you had you remember that wait, hold on. Another example. What was her name? She had one on Star Search, I remember. And she became like a video vixen. She was also on Married with Children. Well, they had them all. Pamela Anderson. She also had a little, yeah. Of course, the famous clip. Yeah, but then they had to have a nerve to be tripping over Baby Got Back. What was the famous clip? Of course, wait, hold on. This famous clip here. See, I'm taking y'all back. the music video MTV days, going back to the 80s. Yeah, the famous clip with the cherry pie filing in her crotch. She's my cherry pie. Yeah, sadly, he passed away. Yeah, her name was Bobby Brown. I just remember I remember first seeing her on Star Search. They used to have a modeling competition. She was winning on Star Search. She also had a little on the episode of Married with Children when they had the little shopping spree in the grocery store. Yeah, these are the earlier video vixens, if you will. That was rock music. The earlier, y'all want to call them video pros or whatever, is in these rock videos. Oh, I'm sorry, they weren't twerking though. So I guess that makes a difference, because they weren't exactly twerking. Even if they were bent over, even if they... 17. I'm trying to remember. Oh gosh, Winger. Ugh, they were that sappy band, weren't they? I'm trying to remember that. Oh my gosh, some days of heavy metal, rat, round and round. Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, that was dominant for a while. And they had Headbangers Ball, I remember. It was Young TV Raps, and then there was Headbangers Ball. And they didn't even really need a spot for it, because they were playing that regularly anyway. Yeah, and they feel that grunge and alternative, and they feel that that took the fun out of metal, out of rock music, with the Nirvana, Smells Like Teen. Yeah, because you weren't seeing any half-naked girls anymore. But then I guess they did eventually, that became hip-hop. That's why you would see in the 90s, Beavis and Butthead, they even said it. Said, because you started, the white artists, stopped seeing the half-naked girls. But Beavis and Butthead said that what they liked about a lot of rap videos, that they didn't mess around with a bunch of stuff that people didn't want to see. Yeah, next thing you know, you start seeing this more in hip hop. All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. But before that was all in the heavy metal and stuff. That was where you were seeing all of that. Even like we think David Lee Roth, his version of "I'm Just a Gigolo." Yeah, and I wish they all could be California girls. His version of the Beach Boys. That's where you were seeing a lot of that. Oh yeah. And eventually Luke and what's funny is it was when Luke That's when they started protesting a lot. Before that, they weren't saying nothing about. Oh, okay, let me see. If I were to say the music videos that were controversial, yeah, because they weren't really tripping. Because even when you think of the whole thing with Tipper Gore going against, with the parental label, it didn't really start with, even though you would have thought it would have been rock music, it was Prince. It was Prince, Darling Nikki. It was, when black folks, or mixed with black, when they, and I'm not saying it makes it right, but I'm not saying that we should be doing that, but that was the initial trigger. That was the initial, but all of the other songs were mostly heavy metal. Those were the things, because there was a lot of satanic, overtly satanic lyrics, rebellious. It wasn't hip hop. Hip hop, rap, what was rap and hip hop at that time, like 84, it was tame. Very tame. In fact, the messages were positive. Fast life, tell you to stay away from violence and, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Beat Street. Actually, the rap songs was giving you good messages. We had songs that was like, we're only bugging. We had a rapping dude, and Boogie Boy's a fly girl. It was nothing. Trust me, the baddest that you got was, 87 LL Cool J, I'm bad. Like, really, the Beastie Boys started with all that, because they were fusing in that elements of punk. I know we all say PSK, Schoolie D, but that was very underground. It was the first bad boys. I'm talking real bad boys in hip hop rapping. It was them Beastie Boys. They just, we don't see them as gangster rappers, but they were the ones talking that delinquent stuff in rap. It wasn't just, oh, I'm bad. Even with LL Cool J, that wasn't like, it wasn't the same. Like, whereas the Beastie Boys, they were straight up rapping on delinquent shit. Because they were fusing that punk attitude, because really that came with Def Jam, period. That's where a lot of attitude, period, came in. And they were fusing in that punk rock, because they were from the punk rock, they were fusing that into hip hop earlier on. Oh my gosh. But by the early 90s, see, that's what they can't talk about hip hop, because by the early 90s, oh my gosh, Madonna, that's when she was at her crazy, her rawest. I remember everybody, I was still in high school, what was it, 1990, talking about that Justify My Love. Like, everybody, you see this? You heard about this video? I still ain't seen all of it. I still haven't seen it all, because I remember they couldn't play it. So I still ain't even seen all of that video. But I remember when it was so much controversy. Yeah, and still, but then they act a fool over the Michael Jackson black and white. But what ended up getting on Donahue? 2 Live Crew, That's what ended up. But that's the thing. See, that's what we get. We trying to be like the Gentiles. Now, what Luke Keith claimed, what he believed that Luca 2 Live Crew, that they just had an issue seeing black women's bodies. He would point out the hypocrisy, like they're okay with comedy like Andrew Dice Clay. They're okay with the rock videos showing. He felt that they just had an issue because with his videos, like with Move Something and stuff like that, you're seeing more black women's bodies, like bigger booties, in bikinis, unlike what you were seeing like in a Van Halen video. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was claiming. But the bottom line is we shouldn't be doing that anyway. Back then, though, when I was younger, I was like, yeah, hypocrisy. I would watch Donahue. Yeah, this is hypocrisy. But now that I'm older, we don't need to be doing that stuff. We don't need to be, the sister's body can be shown and appreciated without all of that. Just because that's what they do, that don't mean that means, we need to be doing that. Oh yeah, and the thing is, Madonna, she'll admit to it. But yeah, oh my God, I don't know. It's just something about women when they get a divorce or a breakup from a long-term relationship. Like men and women deal with things differently. And I'm saying this from experience, considering friends of my people I know personally. I knew certain friends, people I knew, they got divorced or they broke up from a long-term relationship. They go crazy. They just do things like, girl, what is wrong with you? Like you were not doing this. It almost like it's a way of masking the pain. Or I don't know. Because even in the case of Madonna, my theory, she was already fast. All right. Madonna's already fast, doing things for attention. I think her losing her mom at such an early age, and then having a Catholic father, I think that had something to do with it. But yeah, Madonna, yeah, I honestly think her relationship with Sean Penn, because remember when she was with Sean Penn, she had that little period with the songs like True Blue, and yeah, she was still kind of pushing buttons before that. You remember she went through her Latina phase, La Isla Bonita, but she had her little phase where with the and I remember I used to actually like the what's the song? Like a Prayer. I used to like that a lot. And I used to like the video. The problem I had with the video, now I didn't care about the whole I just didn't like that she was kissing what appeared to be Jesus. I had an issue with that. But now I had a friend to explain to me. She was like pointing out lyrics like, oh, down on my knees, I want to take you to, well, maybe my friend was looking at it a little too freaky, but yeah, I ain't gonna mess with that. And then even when you think about it, she's Madonna, she's at church and she's on her knees and, and she's all acting all with her cleavage all out. And yeah, that's you got to think about it. What would the Most High think of that? And you got the black choir. But I had actually felt that they were unfair and targeting. I felt that, they just didn't like seeing a black Jesus. I just had a problem. I used to just have a problem with her kissing what is, Leon, what is supposed to be Jesus. I didn't like that. And then the whole stigmata thing, but them Catholics, they're creepy. I'm sorry, but they're creepy like that. Catholics are creepy. Sorry, gotta say it. Catholics are creepy. Yeah. But yeah, I like Take a Bow. I like that. I should have known that, baby. I did not know until very recently. Until that Verses. I had no idea that Babyface was behind that. The Face was behind. I had no idea. I always I ain't gonna lie, I even kind of like I felt the video. Although it was kind of creepy, it was a romantic kind of with the bullfighter. But I actually like that song. Even though I'm not messing with Madonna no more. I actually used to like Madonna's songs a little more than well, let me not say it. Let me leave it alone because y'all it'll startle me. But and my one auntie, younger auntie of mine, she loved Madonna. She loved Madonna's songs. But yeah, like I said though, what I realized, especially when she first came out, anybody could have done it. There was a lot of artists that sounded just like Madonna. Regina, Alicia, a lot of Caucasian singers that sounded a lot like Madonna, but Madonna was prettier. She was more palatable to the white Anglo mainstream. Her eyes were bluer. Her hair was dyed blonder. You didn't hear me on this, Azura. I know what I'm talking about. And she, she did have great style. She had better that it helped her having really great style. That was really great for that time too. But yeah, in the early, I felt that it was something about when she was with Sean Penn, because she did kind of seem a little, now that she was a little more crossover and less R&B with her sound, with songs like True Blue, and and especially when she was, and she also had that song Live to Tell that went to that movie At Close Range, that cold-blooded movie. But yeah, you could tell she was wifey for a minute with Sean Penn. But after, I think all of that craziness, oh my gosh. I remember the controversy. I was in high school. Everybody talking about it. Madonna, like I said, I still ain't seen the video fully. I still never seen the video in full. I just seen bits and clips. Oh my gosh. Like everybody was talking about the Justify My Love. And I remember the girls always like every second that song was coming on the radio. We was like, ah! I remember us putting the pillow over our head, but we didn't see the video everybody was talking about. The controversy. Because I believe she had like 2 men in the video. Like, yeah, but Redford or nothing like that. Not then. And then, oh my God, by 1992, oh my gosh, you were seeing any and everything. That was the time, 92, you could see videos like Ice Cube's Gorillas in the Mist. We had white folks hanging upside down. By 92, you could see Cher and you could see anything. 92, Baby Got Back. It was like, it was just, yeah. It was totally political incorrectness. And she had that damn erotica. Now, I did see that video because now we had the box. By this time, there was the video jukebox, which came out late 80s or whatever. And they would show it. She was losing her mind. Madonna, yeah, she was straight up divorced by that time. And at the same time, she had the sex book. Goodness. Madonna lost her mind at that point. She was straight up. I don't know if it was a post-divorce thing. Some people believe that Sean Penn may have been abusive. I don't know about that. It kind of made you think of Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio's. Goodness. I saw that video. Yeah. I don't know because I can't say I still ain't seen Justify My. I just saw them talking about it in little clips. You know, that ain't, I'm sure I could probably now watch it, but why would I? I'm not bringing that demonic energy in my home. But I did see the erotica. They requested on the box. Goodness, she's in the end hitchhiking. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. For that time and even for now, that was crazy. And then at the same time, she was promoting her sex book. She was all on the talk shows. And that kind of, people lost a little respect for Big Daddy Kane because he was in that book. And Naomi Campbell, Freaky Self. Yeah, that just, oh my goodness. I ain't had a book. Why would I? I just know that damn video. Yeah, I did watch that little Truth or Dare thing. And what was with the cones and, yeah, before Tyra Banks, she was kind of definitely, that's what she was totally by then, a gay icon. In the 80s, she was more so a teen girl icon. Teen girls wanted to. By the 90s, Madonna became a total gay icon. I don't think she was really this gay icon in the 80s. But the 90s, she definitely became a gay icon. With the people, had the cones on the, like, what is this? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Naomi. Yeah, they exposing stuff on her with Epstein and oh yeah, she was straight up. She was a cheerleader for the XYZ, for real. 92, Madonna was gold. And then I remember when she had this video, what was it, 94? Express yourself, don't repress yourself. Yeah, by that, you know, it was like, she could do whatever. Like, we just, by that, we were so desensitized by then. She had this express yourself, don't repress yourself. When she started the video, and then my friend kind of liked it though. Start the video with her opening her legs, like slowly, and I'm not sorry. Oh my goodness. That's the thing. Even she had to say it herself. Once you get everybody's attention, then what? Then what? Once you get everybody's attention, then what you gonna do? And see, now, you know, ain't nobody paying attention like that. That's the thing. You can't just be, okay, there's nothing more that she could possibly be doing. It's played now. I sound like T-Boz on Human Nature. Yeah, Madonna's something. Yeah, she had already hit that point by 1992. I did kind of like that Something's Coming Over Me. My Baby's Got a Secret. I did kind of like that a little bit. But I think I've heard I preferred the Take a Bow song. I really did like that. And I usually don't like songs, but it was just something very beautiful about that song. I think that's one of her very, if not the best songs. Take 'em. Yeah, what's left to do? But yeah, Madonna's a witch, and she's turned out. And you know what? In the case of Madonna, I don't think the only puppet master is Satan. I don't think there's any other puppet master. I don't think she's a plant. I think even considering her name, she done turned out about 3 generations of girls from my generation and boys. My generation. And I remember when Lil' Kim was coming. And at first I thought with Lil' Kim in the 90s, I thought that people were going to be, like, yeah, don't get me wrong. It ain't like Lil' Kim was the first quote unquote fast girl, if you will, in hip hop. I mean, yeah, Oaktown 357, Juicy, but it still was different. You didn't have no females rapping about yeast infections and stuff like that. But yeah, and we also had Smooth. I know y'all don't remember, she's a female Mac. Yeah, Smooth. You know that you've been playing. Yeah, so we had Bad Girls, fast and not Antoinette, Choice, Payback, Cat Got to Time, bitches with BWP, hoes and that. They were kind of funny, comical, but we didn't have nobody like Lil' Kim. She took it on another level. Yeah, Salt and Pepper, right? Because people don't remember they were they came out with songs, If You Mess With Me, I Take Your Man, and all that. But with Lil' Kim, it was on a whole nother. So I just knew that females ain't gonna accept, But when I heard females in the interview, black women in the 90s talking about it's about time. At first I thought that sisters was going to kind of reject that, like that was just too much, too fast, especially with her being on the album with her legs all open. But they was interviewing, and what was they saying? Oh, it's about time, talking about she's like our equivalent to Madonna. I was like, oh, yeah, it's those times that there are things that I think my people ain't gonna like and accept, and then they end up loving it. And then that tells me that, okay, we in a different time. Times are changing. Because before that, females had, even if they were a little fast or sexy, they still had to kind of come off kind of hard in a sense, or, even with Lil' Kim a little bit. But like Salt and Pepper, get up, everybody get up. They still they couldn't be too sexy. They couldn't be too sexual. They still, had to be taken seriously by the brothers, being that rap was male dominant. They still kind of had to come off, even if they weren't exactly butch, they still kind of had to, come off a little hard or make their voice sound, It's funny though. That's why Ladybug Mecca, A Diggable Planets, that's what's interesting. She kind of remind you of Sha Rock, Funky 4+1 More, because actually she would keep the little voice. She'd keep her little voice, but yet you could still take her kind of seriously as an MC. The same with L Boogie, aka Lauryn Hill. You can still appreciate her as an MC without acting all, because I definitely, when I used to rap, I used to. Because you people don't understand. You feel like that's how you have to be. You feel like, and it was kind of natural for me anyway, because of me, being formerly a what they call it, heterosexual now, but, having 4 brothers. So it was kind of natural but you did kind of feel like you had to, kind of sound tough. But yeah, Lil' Kim, that was very different. And so I just knew that, okay, she gonna get chewed up. I was like, she gonna get chewed up. Like, this is too much. We was more like I definitely was vicariously through MC Light. She kind of represented me, even though my flow would be faster. She kind of represented me, MC Light. But Lil Kim came. By the time of Lil Kim, it was like, oh. So I just knew like somebody, like she gonna get chewed up. Females ain't gonna accept this. Then they was interviewing these females, and they were like, "Oh, it's about time," and she and comparing her to Madonna, like saying she's a black, like as if sisters, black women, been yearning for a Madonna type or something. To like really. And she was, I guess you could say, embraced. I used to get real concerned with my nieces watching that Crush on You video and stuff, being that it switched up the colors. It was like the Wiz. And I was really, and then, because around that same time with Lil Kim, you had Adina Howard, Freak Like Me. Oh, and I remember my nieces, though, with that T-shirt and my panties, oh, I was concerned. I'm not exactly their mother, but, I didn't like that. Yeah, at all. I didn't have this total authority over them as I should have. But yeah, so I was very concerned with Lil Kim because they would show, I could see how little girl, because they having a video sock it to me with Missy Elliott. And that was the thing too, Missy Elliott, she could appeal to young girls, but some of the lyrics, and I love Missy Elliott, but I felt some of the stuff was a little risque. Sock it to me like you want to, I can take it like a pro. Yeah, so that stuff kind of worried me. My daughter, she was way too young. She was a baby, but I was worried for my nieces more so. I was worried more with my nieces because they was liking that. They were really liking the Crush on You video with the little switching up because it kind of was like the Wiz. Oh, you think Janet was the closest? But you gotta understand, this is before, well, let me stop. I was about to say this thing with Lil Kim was before Janet got really freaky. But then again, rewind. Wait, when we start seeing that? But I remember, okay, going back, I was still kind of in high school. This was 1990. I remember my friend telling me in school the new video, Janet Jackson, Love Will Never Do Without You. Yeah, it was the Love Will Never Do. And she was like, nah, Janet, she talked about her hair was blonde, and this and that. I was like, what? And it was the Love Will Never Do Without You video. That's when we first kind of start with Janet, just a little bit. And she's, she looked like she had lost weight, and she's because Janet before she didn't like really showing her booty, she'd be covering it up. She got the jeans on. I think this is my theory with Janet at that time, and this was like what 1990 was it? The Love Will Never Do. I think because LaToya, this is my theory, LaToya was getting this little attention for a minute with the Playboy magazine. And she was on Arsenio Hall and stuff, and she was on talk shows with the Snake. I think, and I'm not saying she was jealous, but Janet's been the little sister kind of, and supposedly LaToya is the prettier one or whatever. But that's what I kind of think. And I know being a little sister of the family myself, she was going through her little. Not okay. She already proved that she could have control with the control and rhythm, but I think she wanted to now be seen as sexier. But now I also know, we didn't know this back then, that it had something to do with that guy she got with, that Mexican guy we had no idea she was married to all that time. Also, there could also be something, her relationship with dude from Dubai. Like I say, something about when females, when they, divorce or break up, they just go through this little stage. Because even think about with the whole thing when her and Renee Elizondo ended. That's when she was Janet was going even freakier. I don't know, just something about Mariah Carey, same thing. But Mariah Carey's with that crazy Tommy Mottola. No telling what he was doing to her. But you got to think about it. It's like they kind of lose their mind or something. Oh, that's SWV. Can't we get freaky tonight? But I remember, taking it, and then next thing you know, early 90s, what was it, 92, 93? That was a song, though. Anytime, any place. I actually liked that video, though. I felt it was for the grown and sexy. I wasn't mad at Janet. I didn't see it as back then, okay, I'm a little more spiritual now, but back then I didn't really see that as nasty. I just felt Janet is grown. It's not like she jumped into like a child starting all of it. It wasn't like a Miley Cyrus thing where they just transition overnight into acting, being freaky and stuff. That's how they be doing stuff now. Get little girls, young girls hooked on them, and then all of a sudden, within a year, they're a totally sexual kitten or something. That wasn't how it was with Janet. You know, yeah, she said, somebody asked her, what happened to what Let's Wait a While, Janet? And Janet responded, well, how long y'all want me to wait? So it was a transition, because by that time, because understand, I was like a teenager, preteen, when Janet with the control, I was a young teen, like junior high age, with the control. And so by the time Janet was going more on a sexual tip, I was grown. I was an adult. So it wasn't like it was just, oh, Janet jumped from this to that, to, Let's Wait a While, to just straight up being a freak. No, it wasn't like that. By the time that she wanted to go more, nurse sexual, I was grown. I was in my own apartment by the time, anytime, any place. But I remember it was kind of surprising with the album, with him covering her titties. We didn't know whose hands those were at first. But yeah. So I will say, yeah, that was before Lil' Kim. Come to find out, that guy was behind that. Yeah, but yeah, and she had Getting a Little Fast. You want this? If I Was Your Girl, she was getting a little fast, but it still wasn't. It still wasn't. And even with Any Time, Any Place, it was just, yeah. That's I don't give a damn what they say. I don't give a damn. My song though, Later, I ain't gonna lie, the Velvet Rope that was dope. I don't care what Family Guy claimed, throwing up her album, shooting it. Velvet Rope was tight. I liked, but my favorite, I Get So Lonely. That video was dope too. That was the I Get So Lonely. That was my favorite. But yeah, after Janet Jackson, she went even more. After Renee L, there was that period with Jermaine Dupri, and yeah, but after she with the Renee dude, she was even more. Yeah, she pulling people on stage, and yeah, and that's why she, even though I felt that they overacted with the whole Super Bowl thing, but it's hard to feel sorry for her, Janet. You ain't supposed to be doing no mess like that. You ain't supposed to be doing, trying to be like Madonna. See, that's what happens when our people, we trying to be, because Janet knows she ain't no hope. Okay, just like Mariah Carey. Janet Jackson and Mariah Carey, they are cases. This is what I believe. They are cases of really deep down, they're good girl, just trying to be back. Whereas Madonna is, like I said, she's unapologetic, highly intelligent, but that's Madonna. Like, I believe that's Lil' Kim. That's who they are. Whereas with Janet and Mariah Carey, they some girls trying to be bad. They going through their little rebel. I know, as the little sister of the family, as the baby of the family under 4 brothers and stuff, Janet, yeah, and Mariah Carey even. I totally believe when Mariah Carey said that she could count the number, when she had said that time in response to Eminem, that she could count the number of guys she'd been with on her hand. I believe it. Like, I could tell the way that Mariah Carey would overly be acting sexy in videos, always touching it, try to sound like a sex kitten. That's those people. You can tell when somebody, they trying too hard to be sexy. They trying to, there are some people, I believe, that they are just, they're really, I wouldn't say totally good girls, but they just trying to be bad. They going through their little stage, or whether it's for attention or whatever, where they, and then usually it backfires. Like, I've had to learn even with myself, and better, like I was like, what is wrong with Mariah? But now I believe there's a lot more to it. Like, when we talk about mind control and trauma, and like with Mariah Carey, because I remember that I was actually with my daughter. We were watching TRL. My daughter, I believe, was still a teen, and she started, Mariah Carey started like in front of these younger people, like she was doing a striptease. I was like, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? I knew something was wrong. She ended up being hospitalized. Something was wrong. And, you know, people ain't gonna, what was really wrong with her? And remember, like, who was that? The Queens of Comedy made a joke, you know, you get rest, you don't go to a hospital. Why did she have to be hospitalized? I'm telling you, there's something weird going on. I definitely believe with Mariah Carey, there was something, whether I believe Tommy Mottola had became a handler. I definitely think that he was trying to totally sabotage her in every way. I think something was going wrong with, that people haven't really dug into with Mariah Carey. I think that she may have been having some sort of breakdown. Dave Chappelle tried to hint at it. So I remember watching, I was like, what? You know, like, what is wrong with her? Why is she doing this? Oh, my niece. I want to share the picture. I don't know if she wanted, but Tasha, she saw Tisha Campbell in comedy, and she's got a picture with her and everything. I was like, ooh. And what she said, Tisha Campbell said about Dwayne Martin. Interesting. But yeah, she talked to me, Tasha talked to me about, yeah, she said, Tisha Campbell was so cool and everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, what did Tasha? She also, it was also Tasha who shared with me on the Umar Johnson. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have told her. I told her I was gonna speak on it. She also, even though my husband already had shared with me on the Kevin Hart Umar, but I know Tasha also shared with me. So, I should have put her up on me doing this live stream, but it's so long that, I can't expect her to listen to all that I gotta say. But I did tell Tasha I was gonna speak on this. So, yeah, thanks so much for joining. Thanks so much for joining. I want y'all to enjoy the rest of your week. You see me using Kevin Hart to talk about various things. So I hope that they don't come for me again. But I do need to, I'm gonna try to take whatever messages I need to take in consideration, whatever the Most High may be trying to tell me. So I do need to get back on more Bible related videos and subjects that I think are more critical for us to be talking about. And I'll try not to make it so long and all over the place with what it is I feel I need to address. So I will get back with you guys later. If I'm not up in here for a while, you'll understand why. It's just that I'm afraid. So, I mean, not afraid for the reasons y'all think. I'm afraid of the Most High. Like I'm supposed to be doing something else. That's all it's about, okay? Don't think it's about just fearing YouTube. No. So I will get back with y'all later. Much peace and much love, family. Thanks for joining.